If I tell you that the world is going to end, you would probably laugh and make fun of me. You would say there is no such thing as us poisoning the ocean, so vast and so large. Yet you are quick to believe in war refugees of ISIS and Boko Haram, but the piercing cries of climate change refugees fall 6 feet short of our unsavory graves, lies buried in the tombs of our greed and desperation for money. MNCs exploiting the earth at the cost of SIDS, yes, multinational corporations or MNCs, threatening the very survival of small island developing states or SIDS. See, whilst governments and CEOs hide behind bureaucratic sunglasses, diplomacy and respectability, the satire lies in wait when the chemistry of technological advancements is unescapable. Carbon footprints stamped over official seals and enveloped to filter through echelons and hierarchies, heads of states and monarchies. Almost 90% of the world's energy comes from natural gas, oil or coal. A cost we pay with trees instead of gold, with coral instead of pearls, with dreams instead of goals, with kids instead of olds. Remember Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines? 7,300 dead or missing souls. Is that too far from home? Then do you remember Superstorm Sandy, Hurricane Katrina, or the Europe summer of 2003 when a heat wave was directly responsible for over 14,000 deaths? Is that still too far from home? Let me tell you where home is. Tropical Storm Erika devastating Dominica, costing more than 90% of the country's GDP. Hurricane Ivan reshaping the landscape of Grenada, Cuba, and the Cayman Islands. Hurricane Thomas flushing St. Lucia. Lives lost and economies stuck in recovery mode. This is home. We have Category 5 hurricanes, extreme weather, reduced food production and rising sea levels. The ocean, our largest carbon sink, is now screaming because excess CO2 is making it acidic. Such irony. Biodiversity lost with coral reefs, thousands of species lost with the Amazon as our rainforests become deserts, our rivers become ravines, water sources become mud trails, ecosystems become new pages in history books as trees are ripped to make paper, scraped in lieu of pharmaceuticals. I can think of 1.5 reasons to keep this earth breathing, or show you what nearly 1.5 thousand new cars daily in the streets of Delhi can do to a little child in Samoa inhaling air with carbon he or she did not put there. 1.5 to stay alive, this is a global warning. SIDS catch the cold when the world does the sneezing. Goodbye sandy beaches, tropical fruits and cities. Life now in SIDS is measured in degrees Celsius instead of academic degrees. As the world meets to concede a 2-degree tipping point, lives in these countries have long reached their breaking point. Maybe you'll better understand when there's no more rice and no more wine, no more bees and no more butterflies. 1.5 to stay alive, but at the rate we're going, Castries, Bridgetown, Kingston, Georgetown will be underwater and cut off with no airports and no harbor. Marshall Islands will be fighting like martial artists to be remembered as once existed, and tradition will be lost with egos in the melting caps of the Arctic and the Antarctic, and the rising sea levels of the Atlantic and Pacific. Or maybe, when the world comes together again, after the achieved rise of 2 degrees, people like me would be standing before the UN to remind them of countries that once existed, lives that once thrived, and cultures that drowned with global warming, economies that could not survive beyond 1.5, like Antigua, Bahamas, Bahrain, Fiji, Haiti, Jamaica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Singapore, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and many other islands begging, pleading, bleeding, crying, needing for the world to be selfless and not selfish, needing for a world that is caring, one that unites, one where all lives matter, a world where a global temperature rise of more than 1.5 degrees Celsius is just a dream. Help us build that world. 1.5 to stay alive.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural Virtual Caribbean Youth Parliament on Climate Justice. This youth parliament is a result of a collaboration between the Caribbean Climate Justice Project, CCJP, and the Caribbean Regional Youth Council, CRIC. Earlier this morning, we announced the winners of another set of activities that were jointly hosted by CCJP and CRIC. Congratulations to the winners of the prose, poetry, and photography contests, and thank you to everyone who participated in these contests. We received over 750 entries for these 3 contests, and the competition was intense. Today, however, we are convening in this first of its kind parliament to debate the critical issue of climate change and climate justice. We will hear from 15 youth leaders from across the Caribbean on their perspectives on climate change and why it is important for us to respond urgently to the unfolding climate crisis. However, before the spotlight shifts to our members of parliament, I want to invite you to listen to some inspirational messages to our parliamentarians and Caribbean youth from internationally renowned climate and environmental activists. The first person who will address us is His Excellency Selwyn Hart, the United Nations Assistant Secretary General for Climate Action and Special Advisor on Climate Action. Selwyn Hart.
Dear friends, I'm honored to share this special message today. Let me first begin by thanking the Caribbean Climate Justice Project and the Caribbean Regional Youth Council for inviting me to participate in this event. The world is at a critical moment in the fight against the climate crisis, and there has never been a more important time to empower and mobilize young people. Climate impacts are already wreaking havoc and will get worse even if the world succeeds in meeting the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement. Back in 2019, I saw firsthand Hurricane Dorian's devastation and destruction in the Bahamas. Many lives and livelihoods were lost. Towns were torn apart or washed away. The global scientific community has warned that the world has a very narrow window of opportunity to prevent the worst impacts of the climate crisis. But we need to act fast. Unfortunately, we are not seeing the urgency and ambition needed. The world remains on a close to 3 degrees Celsius temperature rise pathway, without much greater action, particularly by the major economies to reduce their emissions. The impacts you are seeing in the Caribbean will get much worse. COP26 in Glasgow must be that moment when the pace and scale of climate action on every continent and in every region and in every country is accelerated. The outcomes at COP26 must keep the 1.5-degree goal alive, and climate finance must be delivered to the most vulnerable. You are the most powerful agents of change, while also being at the front lines of the climate crisis. The Caribbean must seize the opportunity of a clean energy future. The Caribbean can become the first fossil fuel-free region in the world. Already, many countries in the region have some of the most ambitious renewable energy targets in the world. This event shows the impact that collective action by young people can have. Your future is at stake. Be bold and courageous. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hart, for this message. We will now connect with a singer, musician, and humanitarian activist, Taj Weeks, who currently is on tour in Ghana, West Africa. He is a St. Lucian Goodwill ambassador who recently released another album called Pause, but he's also very active in climate change advocacy, having written both 1.5 to Stay Alive theme songs. Joining Taj Weeks to perform his song Dark Clouds are Sydney Mills of the band Still Pulse and Rupert McKenzie of Talking Dreads.
Hey, this is Taj Weeks and I'm here with Rupert McKenzie and Sydney Mills. And we are very happy to be part of the Caribbean Climate Justice movement, because it is a movement. I really want to thank Dr. James Fletcher for having us. But I really want to speak to you young people who are here today. This world is yours, it belongs to you. And these old folks are going to die very soon. So we have to take control of this, because if they don't change their plan, your children and our grandchildren will inherit a wasteland. Remember, in all that you do, let your voice be as loud as your silence. I'm going to play you a song called Dark Clouds, written in 2008 from our album The Item. So here we go. Spring comes early, autumn is late, an unwelcome winter procrastinates. See, the seas have taken over the land. There's a fleet of ships resting on the sand. Dark clouds don't always bring rain. Smoke is a sign of fire. Dark clouds don't always bring rain. Smoke is a sign of fire. Caterpillars early, chicks come late. Species die before the natural rate. And what satisfying can possibly be? Drought parched riverbed, flame charred tree. Dark clouds don't always bring rain. Smoke is a sign of fire. Dark clouds don't always bring rain. Smoke is a sign of fire. And the heat was stirring up will bring us all regrets. And an aching, breaking earth will finally get some rest. Spring comes early, autumn is late, summer's early, cold man wind won't wait. Dark clouds don't always bring rain. Smoke is a sign of fire. Dark clouds don't always bring rain. Smoke is a sign of fire. Clouds don't always bring rain. Smoke is a sign of fire. Clouds don't always bring rain, but smoke is a sign of fire.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taj Weeks. Our final address during this opening ceremony comes from Aquanaut, oceanographic explorer, environmental advocate, and founder of the Fabien Cousteau Learning Center, Fabien Cousteau. Fabien Cousteau is the first grandson of Jacques Cousteau, the legendary explorer, conservationist, filmmaker, innovator, scientist, photographer, and researcher. Fabien joins us today from the country of Curacao, where he is currently doing some research.
Hello, hello. Can everyone hear me? Thank you so much. It's an absolute pleasure to be with you all. I see people popping up as we speak. Fantastic. Well, first and foremost, thank you. I'm so excited to be here today in Curacao at the Livingston Jan Thiel Resort and help you open up this inaugural virtual Caribbean Youth Parliament on climate justice and be with all of you. This is an absolute pleasure. Thank you. Now, as some of you may know, I am a lifelong ocean advocate. But for those of you who don't know, I will just explain a little bit about who I am first. I am an aquanaut, first and foremost, a third generation ocean explorer, and my family has had the opportunity to explore our oceans for almost 7 decades. And yet, this was my classroom growing up. This still is my classroom every time I go into the ocean and explore. And it was an inspiration for what I do today. Now, admittedly, this is a fairly unusual situation, not a normal career, but what we're learning about the ocean and what we hope to transpire as far as education information about what's happening below our blue veneer will influence the decisions of people in all sorts of careers. Because at the end of the day, the ocean is life. And if you think about it for a second, if we didn't have the ocean, there would be no life on this planet. This would not be the blue oasis in space. We would just be a lifeless brown rock like every other out there in the universe, most of them in the universe anyway. And this little oasis contains virtually all of life that we know, cherish, and depend on. And so for me, as a third generation ocean explorer, it is vitally important to not only do the work that we do, but to be able to also inspire others out there to be able to partake in a proactive movement to live with our ocean rather than live on our ocean, or as receivers of the ocean resources. Now, I understand that the importance of engaging youth, all of you, is in understanding the ocean planet is of vital importance. Because as you probably already know, the previous generations have squandered an invaluable opportunity to be able to live in symbiotic relationship with our natural resource bank account, our life support system, this oasis in space, this ocean that we're talking about. If you think about our planet as a living space, the ocean represents over 99% of our world's living space, within which 95% of our world's biodiversity lives and thrives. And yet, despite all the advents of ocean exploration, modern day ocean exploration for the last 100 years, we've explored less than 5% of our ocean world to date. And that stands to reason because we're talking about over 3.4 billion cubic kilometers of volume. That's an enormous amount of space. Thankfully, thanks to curiosity, thanks to modern day technologies, this is getting to be a Pandora's box of wonders and information that we're just now starting to tap into and understand. And with that understanding comes an appreciation and a love for our ocean world and our relationship with it. No one knows this better than people who live in island nations. Because if you think about it, on an island nation, you're in a closed loop system, just like this greater planet is also a closed loop system. And whatever we're doing to our ocean, the ocean is doing back to us. When we look at problems of climate change related issues, when we look at pollution related issues, when we look at overconsumption of natural resources, we start understanding that we have a very real, heavy, tangible impact on our ocean world today. Now, thankfully, because of modern day technologies, we're able to connect with people all around the world and give them that kind of information through these little devices and other platforms such as this. But it's vitally important that we follow some basic steps in order for all of us as a global population to be rowing in the proverbial same direction. Not all of us care about the ocean. None of us understand to care about the ocean. But it comes back to something my grandfather used to tell me when I was a child. People protect what they love what they understand, and they understand what they're taught. If we're to look at Caribbean climate justice, we need for the people of the Caribbean and the visitors, the tourists, the business people who come and do business with the island nations, to be able to understand that the impact that we have as individuals, as businesses, as government, as local communities are of paramount importance in order to invest in our natural resource bank account rather than eating away the capital that is left. This is no more evident than the things that we see. So when I go out on expedition, for example, I go out and in places that I've been to, I see signs of human impact. You can go to the furthest reaches of the unexplored ocean now and see plastic. You can go to Caribbean islands such as Curacao, which is still a beautiful, pristine place with their coral reef ecosystem. And yet you can see the impact that climate change has had on the coral reef ecosystem. But until we all understand this, we cannot address the fundamental problems that stem from each and every one of our decisions in our everyday lives, be it on a professional level or on a personal level at home. It is something that is at the same time scaring me because I have a long history of seeing this, but I am very much encouraged and hopeful of today's youth because of the proactive movement, such as platforms like this. Now, I'm excited to be here in the Caribbean, specifically on this particular trip, because we're doing something very special. We're partnering, the Proteus Ocean Group, myself, are partnering and working with R2 Sonic and Map the Gaps to map the entirety of the marine protected area underwater right here in Curacao. And we're not doing this just for us, we're doing this to give as a public good, as a public service to the people of Curacao and to Carmabi, their caretakers of their marine protected area. And this is vitally important to be able to make better decisions as we see our coral reef ecosystem change. Because if you think about it, many island nations and many nations with a coastline are absolutely dependent on coral reef ecotourism and in general what the coral reef ecosystem has to offer economically speaking. And little is known of these underwater benthic areas. The vast majority of the ocean seafloor is unknown. And high-res mapping is a critical tool for protecting and tracking marine life. It is also useful in regulating underwater exploration, ensuring that ships can safely maneuver around structures, both natural and man-made, and for understanding what is there and how safe it is to explore. Creating a more comprehensive map of the world's ocean will facilitate and heighten our understanding of the fundamental processes such as ocean circulation, weather systems, sea level rise, climate change, and those things that lead to more ways to better conserve and sustainably use our ocean, to live in symbiotic relationship, if you will. With the United Nations declaring 2021 to 2030 to be the decade of ocean science for sustainable development, we need to learn more about our ocean. This is more critical than ever. And we are at a crux. We are at a pinnacle of decision-making today. We can no longer wait. We can no longer be complacent. We must be proactive. If you think about it, coral reef tourism is worth over 36 billion globally every year. And that's just the tourism part. That's not taking into account all the other support structures, such as the livelihoods of those who fish sustainably from the ocean, or make their living from the resources that the ocean give us. Think about this for a second. The ocean gives us free of charge every other breath that we take. It generates 60% of the oxygen that we depend on to live on this planet. That's how fundamental the ocean is to us. Every glass of water that you drink is ocean water. It is a closed loop system. And what we do to the ocean is what we do to our future generations. And at this juncture, we need to understand that we have to be proactive in a very vigilant and powerful way as youth leaders, as community leaders, as global leaders, to be able to give back to our future generations what we've taken for granted. If the predictions are right and we don't do anything, up to 87% of our coral reef global coverage will be gone by 2100. That's because of the high emission scenarios and so on and so forth. But we can change this. The technology is there, and I believe the willpower is there, and it rests in the power of young people to motivate communities, to motivate us to change the ways. It boils down to one thing that my grandfather taught me when I was young. People protect what they love. They love what they understand, and they understand what they're taught. With that kind of engagement, there is nothing that we can't do. There is no miracle that we can't create as a species, as a society, as a local community. The better we take care of our aquatic backyard, the better we take care of ourselves. And with that said, I pass it on back to you. Wish you a wonderful event. And thank you so much for allowing me to chime in live from this beautiful island of Curacao.
Ladies and gentlemen, this brings an end to our official opening ceremony. I now turn the spotlight over to the Speaker of the first virtual Caribbean Youth Parliament on Climate Justice, Honorable Rion Potter of the Cayman Islands.
Thank you. Good morning, members of Parliament. Ladies and gentlemen, special guest speakers, OACS committee members, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the first ever inaugural virtual Caribbean Youth Parliament on climate change. We are joined now, divided by Zoom and television, but united as a Caribbean nation. Making this possible has posed some challenges, and we want to give special thanks and mention to our news broadcasters, UE Television, and Jamaican News Network, JNN, of the RGR Greener Communication Group. Today, this Parliament convened of established and empowering young men and women will tackle a pandemic that has swept our nations, a calamity more dangerous than the Black Plague, a problem which has solutions. What I refer to isn't the coronavirus, but climate change and global warming. Former President of the United States of America, Barack Obama, said it best himself, and I quote, "No challenges pose a greater threat to future generations than climate change." And our very own Marshall Montano sung it, "Oh Lord, the whole place mash up, the whole place done." Climate change is especially important to this generation as we are part of a unique, individual, and prideful Caribbean nations. We are surrounded by rich, deep blue waters filled with riches, cultures, pain, and victories. No matter what dialect we may have, language we may speak, or problems we are facing, there's one thing we are sure of. As the icebergs melt, the tides rise, sinking away the lands we love, washing away the historical memories that make us who we are. While the hole in the ozone layer gradually opens, our islands are opening up to more natural and impactful natural disasters. Hurricanes have gotten stronger, while our combat measures have gotten weaker. Coral reefs are rapidly dying, while we go on living lackadaisically. The resolution in this youth parliament today is climate change justice for citizens of the Caribbean. Our governing nations in the world might not take this serious as issues such as crime, tourism, and elections, but if a blind eyes continue to turn towards climate justice, then in a few years from now, the only crime Caribbean countries will have is murder caused by natural disaster. The only elections we'll be a part of is officials in other countries dictating to us whether or not we are able to stay. The only tourism we will have is Caribbean citizens migrating to a new country. As the global temperatures rise, so does this parliament's determination. Today, we are determined to have a better tomorrow. determined to start an unstoppable engine to achieve climate change justice, determined to provide a cleaner environment for the future generations. These parliaments today are convened of 15 persons from different walks of life, different countries, different educational backgrounds, different ages, but with one united goal: to achieve climate change justice. To my Caribbean brothers and sisters, remember, we are powerful and we overcome. We have overcome slavery and are free to walk the earth today. We have overcome overlooking female rights, as displayed right here in this very own parliament, as 10 of the 15 parliamentarians today are beautiful, strong, and educated women. It is now time for us to overcome climate change and global warming. As these parliamentarians here address the issue of acknowledging, recognizing, observing, appreciating, noting, reaffirming, recalling, emphasizing, and reasserting climate change issues, I implore every listening member of the audience to understand that this generation, my generation, are the key to making a difference and achieving justice. It is now time for us to move like Calypso towards understanding. Speak out like dancehall to get justice. Feel the rhythms of reggae to understand what a clean environment is like. Climate change affects more than just the environment. It affects our economy, our safety, both our physical and mental health, and agriculture. Members of Parliament, I remind you to remain respectful, graceful, and lawful. Please abide by the standing orders, and it is now time for you to shine a revealing light and shatter the glass ceiling on an issue that was once called propaganda. Make history today and be the leaders of tomorrow. I officially open the inaugural Virtual Caribbean Youth Parliament Climate Change Justice Debate. Let the proceedings begin. I recognize the Leader of Parliamentary Business, the Honorable Daniel Edwards, to invite her to open the resolution.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, members of Parliament. My name is Daniel Edwards. I'm the Leader of Parliamentary Business, and I'm here to present the resolution on climate justice for citizens of the Caribbean. As follows: acknowledging that climate change is an urgent global challenge with long-term implications for the sustainable development of all countries, representing a critical and potentially irreversible threat to human societies and the planet, demanding the widest possible cooperation by all countries and their participation in an effective and appropriate international response with a view to urgently accelerating the reduction of global greenhouse gas emissions. Recognizing that small island developing states are an urgent and special case in view of their unique and particular vulnerabilities to the adverse impacts of climate change, as acknowledged in the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and by the international community in multiple international agreements since the 1992 United Nations Conference on the Environment and Development. Observing that with global warming of approximately 1 degree Celsius, small island developing states, including all Caribbean countries, are experiencing more extreme weather and slow onset events, including more intense storms, heat waves, droughts, accelerating sea level rise, coastal erosion, coral bleaching, flooding, ocean acidification, sea temperature increase, mangrove degradation, inundation, and salinization of coastal agricultural soils and residential areas, and other life-threatening impacts. Appreciating that states continue to affirm the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, and all human rights instruments relevant to the protection, promotion, respect, and fulfillment of the human rights of all children and young people. Noting that states committed in the Paris Agreement to respect, promote, and consider their respective obligations on human rights, including the rights of children and intergenerational equity when taking action to address climate change. Reaffirming that the Human Rights Council resolutions 37.8, 35.20, and 40.11 address the rights of children and young people with respect to environmental harm and climate change, and that a safe environment is a vital element of the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, and is essential to human life and well-being. Recalling that, inter alia, the Global Youth Climate Action Declaration, the Kwangesh Pledge, the World Declaration on the Survival, Protection, and Development of Children, the ongoing work of the Global Initiative on Advancing Children's Rights to a Healthy Environment, and the Declaration of the People's Summit on Climate Rights and Human Survival have called attention to the global economic, social, and ecological state of emergency, emphasizing that climate change poses a clear and present threat to health, food and water security, biodiversity, sustainable development, vulnerable populations, human rights, livelihoods, youth, and political stability in the Caribbean, and reasserting our commitment to urgent and ambitious action on climate change to secure our collective future. Be it resolved that this inaugural virtual Caribbean Youth Parliament on Climate Justice, 1, reiterates that states have human rights obligations to ensure adequate responses to the climate crisis. Such responses must recognize and prioritize the most marginalized, socially disadvantaged, and affected communities as the drivers of change. Fulfilling these obligations is the only way to guarantee more effective, sustainable, and equitable actions and the just transition towards a climate resilient world. 2, calls on states to scale up efforts to respect, promote, and consider the rights of children and young people in the implementation of the Paris Agreement at all levels, including recognition of their specific vulnerabilities, as well as their status as key stakeholders and implementers in countries' national climate adaptation and mitigation measures, nationally determined contributions, national adaptation plans, and long-term greenhouse gas emissions reduction strategies, including consideration of the particular role and responsibilities of the private sector and civil society. 3, requests that we increase our efforts to place human rights at the core of climate activism. We will do so by following the lead of youth, indigenous peoples, women, people living in poverty, people with disabilities, fisherfolk, farmers, rural communities, and other disproportionately affected groups who are leading the call for climate justice and against activities that damage the planet. Demands that courts uphold the rule of law and access to climate justice in domestic courts and government climate policies, plans and programs respect, protect, and fulfill human rights, including the right of people to be fully informed and empowered to participate in a meaningful way in climate decision-making. We will oppose any policy or action taken to combat climate change or support adaptation that comes at the cost of human rights and those that would deepen inequalities and cause impoverishment, hunger, dispossession, and economic, social, and political exclusion. 5, entreats those states with the greatest responsibility for anthropogenic climate change to provide the required financial and technological resources to countries in the global south to facilitate their ambitious actions for climate change adaptation, mitigation, and responding to loss and damage. 6, appeals for an urgent and sustained global effort to close the mitigation ambition gap and place the world on a pathway for very low emissions climate resilient development that will limit the average global temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. 7, highlights the need for the international community to provide greater support to the Caribbean in its ongoing effort to adapt to the myriad multi-sectoral impacts of climate change, build greater resilience, and transition its economies away from the use of fossil fuels. 8, endorses the call of the United Nations Secretary General to all donors and international financial institutions to allocate at least 50% of their climate finance to adaptation. A balanced allocation for mitigation and adaptation finance is necessary to allow small island developing states and other climate vulnerable countries to address more frequent and intense climate impacts. 9, recommends the implementation of a global carbon tax to be applied to all major emitters of greenhouse gases, with the proceeds to be paid into a fund managed under the UNFCCC to address loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change in developing countries. 10, invites the international community to support the Caribbean community, CARICOM, in its drive to recapitalize the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, CCRIF, as one of the premier mechanisms that presently addresses loss and damage in the face of more intense extreme weather events exacerbated by climate change. 11, encourages the operational entities under the financial mechanisms of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, and the Paris Agreement to clarify how developing countries, including small island developing states, may access funding for the development of proposals that avert, minimize, and address loss and damage. 12, urges the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, to ensure that the outcomes of COP26 result in the full and effective operationalization of the Paris Agreement. And finally, 13, advocates for the inclusion of youth representatives in all national and regional meetings and committees on climate change and climate resilience in CARICOM member states and in all member state delegations to the Conference of the Parties, COPs, under the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Mr. Speaker, I have a small presentation on recent catastrophic events in the Caribbean. In 2017, we had severe flooding in Trinidad and Tobago. In 2017, Hurricane Maria devastated Dominica. In 2017, Hurricane Irma devastated Antigua and Barbuda. In 2016, Hurricane Matthew devastated Haiti. And coastal erosion in Jamaica is a continuous and ongoing problem. These are images which make it very clear that climate change is a very important and urgent issue which needs to be addressed. This brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you.
The debate on the resolution has been duly opened. I invite any member who wishes to speak to the resolution to do so now. Also, members of parliament, please be advised that you have 15 minutes for your speeches and abide by the standing orders. I now recognize the Honorable Member of the Bahamas, the Honorable Boykin Smith.
And definitely those gusty winds. So we can absolutely have impacts here along the coast of Florida and beyond. But right now, let me tell you that Grand Bahama Island has been dealing with this for more than 8 hours. I was in Michael last year at Category 5 for about an hour in the eye wall. They've been in it for nearly 12 by the time this thing is over with. You've got to see these pictures.
Please pray for us. Please pray for us, everyone. Please pray for us.
Dorian, the most powerful storm ever in recorded history to hit the Bahamas. Roaring into the northern island Sunday with a 185-mile-per-hour wind, gusts potentially to 220 miles per hour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We begin with a moment of silence to acknowledge the victims of climate change, in particular Hurricane Dorian, which hit the Bahamas just 2 years ago. on September 1st, 2019, having killed hundreds and displaced thousands of Caribbean citizens. May their souls rest in peace. Good morning to our distinguished keynote speakers, honorable members, and virtual guests watching in on this historic 2021 Caribbean Youth in Parliament on climate justice. This morning, I am humbled knowing God's divine timing and positioning for this tremendous opportunity to speak as an honorable parliamentarian on this pressing issue facing millennials and my active generation, Generation Z, and that is climate change and saving our planet. Mr. Speaker, today I stand on behalf of the beautifully strong and resilient Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and together we are honored to be the first to speak in favor of the resolution calling for climate justice for citizens in the Caribbean, presented by the Honorable Member and Leader of Parliamentary Business, Ms. Danielle Edwards. I've been given the heavy task to address my fellow honorable members with regard to the most vital economic sectors within our region, and that is tourism and agriculture. What are some of the unique characteristics of the Caribbean's tourism and agriculture sectors? What are some of the major impacts of climate change to those economic sectors? And how may we, as a region, through this resolution, bring about real change to these challenges? Well, first we start with the textbook definition of climate change, which is the change in global or regional climate patterns, which become more apparent from the mid to late 20th century onwards and contributed largely to the increased levels of atmospheric carbon dioxide produced using fossil fuels. But as Mr. Fabian spoke in the keynote from his father, is that people protect what they love what they understand, and they understand what they are taught. And so I have a quote from Tafari Smith, a young scholar at the Sustainable Development Studies at the University of Bahamas. And he puts it as simply as this: I think what we are experiencing now is increased heat in the Bahamas as well as other Caribbean countries. And this is a problem because we have been surveying tourists which are complaining about this. We also know that with sea level rise, a lot of our coral reefs will die. And that was stressed in the report by Mr. Fabian as well. Whereas in 2100, about 72 to 80% of our coral reef will be gone. And the fact that climate change will be a huge threat to a lot of our natural resources, things that help attract tourists to come to the Bahamas in the first place, is why climate change is so important to the tourism sector. Moreover, according to NASA, climate change is the reason that Atlantic hurricanes are increasing in intensifying in frequency. And we've expressed that in our resolution. The fuel of hurricanes is heat. And as the planet warms, there's more heat energy for hurricanes to use, so they grow more bigger and more devastating. Although our Atlantic waters are warming faster, tropical waters are warming at an alarming rate, which will mean even more devastating hurricanes to come in the future. Therefore, climate change undoubtedly has a negative impact on the tourism sector in our region. For instance, the Bahamas Archipelago, also known as the Lucayan Archipelago, is an island group comprising of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the British Overseas Territories of the Turks and Caicos Islands. The archipelago is especially vulnerable with no solid escape routes and has experienced the effects of at least 22 Atlantic hurricanes or storms that were once tropical or subtropical cyclones, including 17 since 2000. These storms collectively killed 101 people. Hurricane Dorian, as I had to show our audience today to remind them of the strongest hurricane on record to strike the Bahamas, with sustained winds of 185 miles per hour, extreme conditions due to flooding associated with the water surge, and causing 3 to 4 billion in damages. The Grand Bahama, the second largest city, experienced high level of flooding in the populated areas and impacting housing, buildings, and other infrastructure in the tourism sector. A few years ago, prior to Dorian, there was another September hurricane called Irma, as Honorable Member Mrs. Edwards pointed out, which reported to destroy 40% of the Dominica's 909 hotel rooms and killed 31, and there are still 34 persons declared missing. It caused nearly 63 million in damages to Dominica's tourism sector. The amount takes into account both the loss of the potential revenue as well as the cost of the repairs and reconstruction. And this is a heavy burden for small island development states like ourselves, which have been taken off in recent years, and is considerable sum of such a small country, considering that they need to rebuild the entire infrastructure. And there is currently a cutoff from a lot of financial resources due to the lack of tourism activity once these disasters hit. Another example is the Amazon destruction, which has been linked to the largest belt of algae on the planet. The biggest economic effects of this phenomenon was the damage it has caused to the tourism in countries like Mexico, Jamaica, Belize, and Dominican Republic. The algae washes up and rots on the beaches, islands, and resorts in the region, and Cancun has closed last year due to COVID-19 pandemic, but there was concerns that the algae infesting the fashionable Mexican beach resort also caused a decline in tourist arrivals. Therefore, during these times of crises, like with the impact of COVID-19, hurricanes and other natural disasters put a sudden end to tourism activity in most, if not all, cases. And what transpires is a short blitz of media activism, whereas reporters scoop in to capture the aftermath, nominal intergovernmental assistance, and both local and international civil society organizations frantically mobilizing to provide aid. And in my humble opinion, this is good, but it is not good enough. It's not sustainable, and we need to do more and ask more from our stakeholders. Finally, when we look at the agriculture sector in our region, Belize is a star example of what can and will go wrong if we do not act now. Honorable member of Belize, Ms. Trina, would describe her unique biodiverse country as a highly agricultural society. They produce a great deal of goods like sugar, which accounts for a large percentage of their exports. And they are even fully self-sufficient in poultry. In the latter part of the 20th century, sugar production increased to tenfold, but it decreased in the 21st century because many sugarcane fields were destroyed in 2000 due to hurricanes. And most recently, the impacts of an extended drought experienced 2 years ago in 2019 proved for a fact that climate change is real, and we are all really seeing the risk of climate change. In an article published in 2020, in the Caribbean Business Report, the Belize sugar industry's cane farmer relations manager stated, "We have to look at what transpired to start to put in mitigating measures and start to adapt to the new conditions and unforeseeable and unpredictable conditions." So as our keynote speaker, Mr. Fabian, mentioned, how may we as a region be more proactive in the fight against climate change? And that is what brings us here today. Firstly, this resolution invites the international community to support the Caribbean community, CARICOM, in its drive to recapitalize the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility as one of the premier mechanisms that presently address loss and damage. And in the face of the more intense extreme weather events exacerbated by climate change. And given my discussion with the former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, Honorable Peter Turnquest, I had an opportunity to sit down with him and understand that in 2020, the Bahamian budget made allocations to ensure that there was funding put into the insurance scheme. And this is encouraged for the incoming government to do the same, to ensure that those funds are allocated and we do capitalize on it to claim into when these disasters occur. Secondly, according to the Inter-American Development Bank, a recent report that was published this year entitled The Assessment of the Effects and Impacts of Hurricane Doreen in the Bahamas, 88% of the population lives less than 10 meters above sea level, and most of its critical infrastructure is also located near the coastal area. These include major multi-billion-dollar resorts like Atlantis, Baha Mar, and Sandals. And it's a very similar model throughout the region. Hotels are situated on the coastal area, which are most vulnerable areas. The report notes that while the Bahamas has a comprehensive and rigorous building code, the magnitude of Hurricane Doreen and subsequent observed damage exposed gaps in the enforcement of existing regulations and the potential need to undertake an extensive building code review. The Interdevelopment Bank report recommended a cohesive plan for the zoning system within the country based on the mapping of all low areas with risk of flooding. And this speaks to the mitigation and adaptation that needs to occur urgently with regards to this resolution. The report went further to make recommendations, which are also in line with our resolution, that the construction of seawalls is a great initiative to be considered, as it is less intrusive than other coastal defenses. Planning in conjunction with other recreational and tourism requirements and consider existing limitations can include detailed evaluation of the coastal parameters and one of the most important use of techniques used to mitigate floods. And there's also the idea to use mangroves for coastal protection of populated and low elevated areas that are not adjacent to the beaches used for touristic purposes. So a very strategic approach of building our mangrove infrastructure to vulnerable areas that may be at risk of disaster. However, as noted in the report and in our resolution, these vital measures, although socially, culturally, and economically costly, it cannot be postponed any longer. Therefore, in line with our resolution at action number 7, this further highlights the need for the international community to provide greater support to the Caribbean in its ongoing efforts to adapt to the myriad of multi-sectoral impacts of climate change, build greater resilience, and transition its economies away from the use of fossil fuels, and create cohesive plan integrated in harmony with other sectors such as tourism and agriculture. We also are here today as honorable members to encourage the operational entities under the financial mechanisms of the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement to clarify how developing countries, including small island development countries such as ourselves, may access funding for the development of the proposals that we are referring to and being asked of us to execute and to act now. Point number 8 within our resolution speaks about endorsing the call for the United Nations Secretary General to all donors and international financial institutions to allocate at least 50% of their climate finance to adaptation. A balanced allocation of the mitigation and adaptation finance is necessary to allow for countries and vulnerable climate countries to address more frequent and intense climate impacts. And finally, something that adds to the financing of this resolution, we recommend the implementation of a global carbon tax to be applied to all major emitters of greenhouse gases, with proceeds to be paid into a fund managed under the convention to address loss and damage associated with the adverse effects of climate change in the developing countries. This bold and ambitious resolution of financing and calls for financing from various stakeholders may help balance out the reliance of intergovernmental loans and expensive regional insurance schemes that create an unfair national debt or burden on taxpayers in developing countries. It is important to note, we as small island development states are not major contributors to climate change. And those states with the greatest responsibility for climate change must provide the required financial and technological resources to countries in the global south to facilitate their ambitious actions of climate change and adaptation, mitigation, and responding to the loss of damage. Moreover, the global carbon tax also could be an incentive to reduce other forms of local
Member of Parliament, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I get an extension for 2 so I can
Yes, sir.
close? Thank you. So overall, the global carbon tax also would be an incentive to reduce other forms of taxes within the developing world and also help the developing world achieve its low carbon emissions in accordance with the Paris Agreement. In closing, I turn to a question posed to me via the Hoover app from Mr. Fraser, the regional coordinator for Caribbean Open Society Foundations, who asks, how can the Caribbean make its tourism sustainable and support residents' adaptation across the region? And this is a great question because it hints at the catch-22 our audience must be mindful of with regard to climate change and these vital sectors. For you see, tourism, as seen as the migration of people via land, air, and sea, the development of large-scale resources in especially biodiverse and coastal areas, all have its negative environmental impacts. More recently, COVID-19 and its mask mandate have led to pollution in our waters and have also made it been counterproductive to the success of the implementation of single-use plastic bans in our region. Then with agriculture, deforestation, and livestock farmings omit methane, all contribute to climate change. However, the science is clear and the impact is great, and we must advocate more than ever before to act now. We as a global society must adapt to the planet, change our consumer behaviors, and how we produce in a more sustainable manner. This will require, in accordance with our final resolution item number 13, the inclusion of young people, innovative minds to address the costly experiences and having them at the table at the national and regional level to achieve this. And so I welcome all of my fellow honorable members of parliament to pass this resolution on to their respective ministers of tourism, environment, climate change, and natural resources or agriculture. Bring this resolution to the table and let's demand action now. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Christiane Secure, the member of Trinidad and Tobago.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All protocols observed. Good morning to everyone. It is my honor to be presenting on the impact of climate change on sustainable development in the Caribbean. Climate change is traditionally characterized as an environmental issue, but this is a fundamental misperception. Climate change is rather the ultimate sustainable development issue. Mr. Speaker, allow me to remind all listening of the definition of sustainable development, that being development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own. I will present a brief summary of climate change effects in the Caribbean so as not to use up the time allotted to me. The impacts are so extensive and cross-cutting that I could likely sit here and expound on them for the rest of the day. Sea levels have risen throughout the 20th century at a rate of 1.3 and 1.7 millimeters per year through the 20th century, and since 1993 at a rate of between 2.8 and 3.6 millimeters per year. By the end of this century, estimates of global sea rise are 1.5 meters to 2.5 meters, and estimates for the Caribbean may be even greater because of gravitational and geophysical factors. This will threaten low-lying coastal areas and present severe flood, erosion, and storm surge risks, as well as complications with vital reef ecosystems and endanger freshwater resources. Next, changes in the frequency and intensity of extreme weather events, including hurricanes and tropical storms. Hurricanes are already a chief concern in the Caribbean, and we live in a time when every storm breaks records. There has been a marked increase in hurricane activity in the Atlantic and a generation of more powerful hurricanes. Precipitation is also projected to become more variable, in that patterns of rainfall will become less predictable and decrease overall, but the intensity of each rainfall event will increase. Our temperatures are becoming warmer. Downscaled climate projections for the Caribbean region project a rise of 1.1 degrees Celsius to 4 degrees Celsius compared to a 1960 to 1990 baseline. Oh, sorry. We are also expecting warmer average temperature corresponding to increases in the frequency of extreme temperatures and heat waves. Subsidiarily, we can also expect the spread of invasive species, pests, and vectors. Changing temperatures and seasonal patterns have been shown to influence the spread of pests that endanger ecosystems and human health, most commonly mosquitoes. The Caribbean region comprises many small island developing states that share common constraints and challenges in their pursuit of sustainable development, as noted in the preamble of the resolution. The threats of climate change in Caribbean nations are closely related to our vulnerabilities as small island developing states, such as having remote locations. We are often insular, have small economies, populations, and limited land area, and low adaptive capacity. Caribbean SIDS are faced with similar sustainable development challenges, such as limited economies of scale, small domestic markets, dependence on international trade, long distances for export and import markets, high cost of energy, infrastructure, transport, and communication, and little resilience to natural disasters. Our populations, agricultural land, and transport infrastructure are concentrated in coastal areas where sea level rise and extreme events have their most severe impacts. It has been estimated that 50% of the Caribbean population lives within 1.5 kilometers of a coastline. Our economies also rely on particularly vulnerable industries such as agriculture and tourism. Finally, because our islands are sea locked, reliable and functioning transport systems provide vital lifelines for sustaining survival and economic operations. For all of these reasons, all SIDS, in fact, not just Caribbean SIDS, but mainly Caribbean SIDS, they're affected disproportionately by climate impacts. We are particularly vulnerable to climate change overall because our climates are influenced greatly by ocean to atmosphere interactions, winds, the El Nino effect, and tropical storms, from which we have little protection given our generally small geographic area. The Caribbean is known as one of the most hazard-prone and vulnerable regions in the world. With climate change expected to increase the intensity of extreme weather events, Caribbean countries are faced with formidable challenges to protect people, livelihoods, and infrastructure, and to maintain our economic, social, and environmental factors, particularly our natural environments, which most of us are heavily dependent on. According to the Emergency Events Database, there have been more than 300 disasters in the Caribbean as a result of tropical cyclonic events between 1950 and 2020. Regional losses from extreme weather events alone have been estimated to reach $3.3 billion per year, according to the United Nations World Food Programme. And the value of losses sustained by individual countries in a single disaster can be up to 200% of annual GDP. But even moderate storms can reduce growth by about 0.5% of GDP. Climate change is now understood as a threat multiplier. More than harsh storms, more than rising temperatures, climate change reinforces existing inequalities and threatens basic needs such as food and water security, health, shelter, economic security, and collective peace worldwide. Despite general improvements in living standards, poverty remains a challenge with rates averaging 30% of the Caribbean population. Furthermore, the economic cost of disasters is disproportionately high in relation to the size of our Caribbean countries' economies, with large shares of the Caribbean population living in high-risk areas exposed to sea level rise and weak infrastructure, and heavy reliance on weather-sensitive sectors such as tourism or agriculture. The risks are expected to worsen through damage to biodiversity, coastal erosion, risk to food and water security, and increased health risks. Climate-related disasters encourage migration, which could be a growing policy concern for the Caribbean, where brain drain is a serious impediment to growth. Furthermore, disasters undermine our ability to attain macroeconomic and development goals and to break free from the vicious cycle of high debt and low growth prevalent in the Caribbean region. In addition to human life, disasters take a deep toll on growth, erode governments' fiscal buffers, and worsen public debt dynamics. Countries with large disaster damages tend to perform worse in terms of public debt ratios. High exposure to climate risk magnifies the structural obstacles that constrain the Caribbean's long-term economic prospects, such as limited fiscal space, brain drain, violent crime, financial sector weaknesses, and high costs in doing business. Massive reconstruction costs take away scarce resources from social spending which each disaster taxing countries along the development path. Action against climate change deflates in a system that favors the actors perpetrating the cause. It is undeniable that exorbitant carbon emissions are affecting global climate patterns. Climate-driven loss and damage is becoming more of a reality with each passing year, especially for those countries in the global south and SIDS nations like us in the Caribbean. We have contributed very little to the climate crisis, but we are also one of the first regions to experience the impacts. Thank you to Mrs. Smith for noting this. Mr. Speaker, how can we expect our Caribbean islands to focus on long-term sustainable development when we are buffeted repeatedly by tropical storms and scorching hot days that damage our infrastructure and critically impair our access to food and water security, as one example? And our countries are fundamentally limited by our characteristics as SIDS. Our policies and agencies are designed around simply surviving the impacts of climate change. If we examine our respective national budgets, what percentage is allocated to dealing with the numerous effects of climate change, as versus for measures that can increase our long-term resilience and sustainability? If climate action is not substantively addressed at COP26, how much more of our GDP will have to be allocated to reactive measures than proactive measures? Furthermore, there is no solidarity on the global stage from wealthy countries, a concern reflected in point 7 of the resolution. Climate change discourse and negotiations are dominated by rich and powerful nations, and countries on the front line of climate change, often those in the global south, are excluded or tokenized. There must be a greater push for science-based, inclusive, long-lasting, and meaningful change to ensure that the Caribbean can pursue a future of sustainable development in the midst of climate change. I wish to close off my presentation now with a quote from British politician Margaret Beckett. Climate change is a threat that can bring us together if we are wise enough to stop it from driving us apart. I believe the spirit of unity and solidarity of her quote perfectly encapsulates the necessity of this resolution in moving forward to address climate action and climate justice for the Caribbean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I now recognize a member of Jamaica, the Honorable Shamar Wedderburn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members of this honorable house, just the other day, I was having a conversation with a colleague of mine. And, Mr. Speaker, he described this issue of climate change as somewhat of a lurking enemy that we're all fighting against. An enemy, Mr. Speaker, however, that we're losing against, but one that will make our future generations come to suffer. Or actually, by the time we get to our future generations, there shall be no battle, Mr. Speaker, as we would have already been on our knees. I have to therefore rise today in this honorable house, Mr. Speaker and members, in support of the resolution on climate justice for citizens in the Caribbean. A first of its kind, Mr. Speaker, but one that is absolutely necessary. In this discourse, I will have to mention that livelihoods for the benefit of everyone is defined as a set of activities undertaken as a means of securing your basic necessities of life, such as perhaps your job or your profession. Mr. Speaker, for far too long has the discussions and conversations been centered around an academic discourse, so far disconnected from the practical implications on the common man. But let us be clear, climate change poses an existential threat to the livelihoods in the Caribbean. The new United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the UNFCCC, outlines for us, the deleterious impact. They tell us that climate change will manifest in our region through changing patterns of water availability, shrinking glaciers, and changing patterns, therefore, of precipitation, increasing the likelihoods of droughts, floods. Further to that, Mr. Speaker, a publication by the Inter-American Development Bank tells us that the annual average losses actually we can expect from wind, storm surge, inland floodings are estimated to be as high as perhaps 6% of the GDP in some countries of our region. And we have found from that report that if no action is taken, increased hurricane damages, loss of tourism revenue, and infrastructure damages could be total, and I hope you hear this one, as total as $22 billion by the year 2050, and as high up to $46 billion by 2100. Ladies and gentlemen, sea level rise of 1 meter is projected to put 266 of 906 tourism resorts Let me repeat that one. Sea level rise is projected to put 266 of 906 tourism resorts and 26 of 73 airports in the Caribbean, in our region, the backyard, at the risk of inundation. Mr. Speaker, an estimated 49% of major tourism resorts in CARICOM would therefore, as this report tells us, be damaged or destroyed completely just from sea level rise and storm surge, or even sea level enhanced erosion. Now, of course, remember, we've heard the first member go on and remind us particularly about this issue of agriculture and tourism. And of course, this goes on and is echoed in the Economic and Social Research Foundation's policy brief on livelihood and climate change. Here, it's mentioned that not only have they seen an increase in the frequency of these extreme events, but climate changes, members, have resulted in socio-economic challenges. Well, how come? Let's see. They've been seeing reduced income from their land yields. They've been seeing, even in some areas, the need for changing gender roles, as if this has promulgated the fact that, hey, we have to even changing the way that we work in terms of what kind of investment you are in. So, Mr. Speaker, all of this in terms of reduced income, as the report tells us, is largely due to the drought and flooding, which, for one thing, for certain subsistence farmers, has reduced, for one, soil fertility, yields from crop production. It's reduced lifestyle products, which ultimately impact the earnings and as the times get more challenging. So we are only seeing one set of persons so far. We're already just from one section, Mr. Speaker, just from the sea level rise has completely affected income earnings. But what does this all mean? These numbers, these statistics to say that income has gone down. Just what is the extent of this US 46 billion by X year? Just how far can that boat be pushed? Well, members, we find our answer in our case study in Indigenous Carib communities in Northeast St. Vincent, as our article published by Geoform in 2015, where the vulnerability, despite the fact that the Carib communities in Northeastern St. Vincent are no strangers to the impacts of extreme events, it's further exacerbated as we're continuing by increases, and listen to this one, by increases in food prices during these periods. Essentially, members, Mr. Speaker, the idea was that following 2009 to 2010 drought, we are starting to see already that food prices are beginning to rise significantly. If I give an example, the persons are saying, if in terms of, even we said that tomatoes were 235 EC per pound, we're seeing where February 2010 it rose to 6. Let me repeat that. In 2009, February 2010, it's 235, and by already it rose to 6 by March. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're seeing therefore is a sensitivity of these livelihoods and just the extent by which how far this stretches to affecting individual people knows no bounds and perhaps calls for adaptive capacity. Now, Mr. Speaker, as I hopefully the members that have paid attention to those numbers, this is where I want to therefore utilize all of that to acknowledge the fact that the conversation around livelihoods and the conversation we're having around impact on people should not only surround the livelihoods from one industry in agriculture or farmers, but just necessarily how it affects every single person across the spectrum. Just as outlined by just the same Economic and Social Research Foundation, this will threaten many, many lives and is expected to have a significant impact on their livelihoods. Not even just on rural poor in developing countries, as we might see a lot of times in the reports that we're seeing, but how it affects every single person. Mr. Speaker, it's for that reason, as I mentioned, just how significant we even saw price raising for food and necessity. It's for this reason I posit that the Chief Executive Officer and Conservator of the Forestry Department in JA outlined, and this is mentioned again in several academic discourse, that if we take Kingston, Jamaica, for example, is constantly outlined as perhaps one of the first cities in the world which will experience climate departure in the future if we are continuing on our current trend of global warming. For this ultimately means that when the coldest year that we've had is warmer than the average temperature of the hottest year in the past, Mr. Speaker, this ultimately means that it's leading to environments like we have never seen before. What will the environment do? What kind of environment is that? An environment, and members, follow me now, in these kinds of environments, not just your subsistence farmers getting lower crop yield, but even jobs in urban labor markets will become affected due to the continued incidence of extreme precipitation weather events, which is going to cause resulting worker displacement across the board, even in urban areas. If you're a business owner, it will cause continued damage, Mr. Speaker, as the report is telling us, to business assets, transport, industrial infrastructure, and every kind of urban settlement, as we're already understanding of the issues in that regard. If we look at an example, Mr. Speaker, to underscore my point, the OECD library tells us that Hurricane Sandy, for example, left over 150,000 workers displaced. And employment, for example, as the lower coast of the United States, New Jersey, was reduced by 11,000 workers alone in 2012. We're looking across this. If we go across the Atlantic, Mr. Speaker, and if we look at somewhere, for example, like Philippines, where we see that just from the increased weather conditions that we're having in 2013 disaster, which affected over 800,000 workers with a source of livelihood displaced as soon as overnight. Now, the relevance of all this, Mr. Speaker, I want to underscore the impact, because we're going to see these events rippling through international supply chains, affecting workers in every country as quickly as overnight, just as it did for the other countries. Members, when I say this, I mean ripping through coastal cities of our small island developing states, Mr. Speaker, setting a chain reactions through our coastlines, our economies, and yes, our livelihoods for our people. Now, we've heard before, as I said, I mentioned the cost to even those who employ their own businesses, to their business assets. And of course, we face interruptions due to the disruption of private and public infrastructure, such as buildings, raw materials, supply chain, going all across the board. And as a reminder, the IADB estimates this at US 22 billion, rising potentially by 2050. Now, Mr. Speaker, members, across from all these numbers, I want to paint a picture for us all, just so we can understand the deleterious effect just on individual people. Allow me to paint a picture for us. We're all in our Caribbean region, and just how the effect it can have on our social systems and our structure. Staying with me, Mr. Speaker, for the example of the chain reaction, just how somewhere internationally can rip our supply chains overnight. Take the example, Mr. Speaker. Something as simple as that drought that affected, or that hurricane that displaced so many workers in close as Sandy in New Jersey, Mr. Speaker, that disturbs a whole, therefore, host of auxiliary services and sectors, the indirect impact of climate change and livelihoods. Because follow me now, speakers, as I underscore this, as we'll all understand. So we have that disaster, Mr. Speaker, and we first find that for our farmers, crop yields are falling because of changes in precipitation. So we're seeing they're the first ones affected, but it continues. So crop yields fall, but then that affects those who then are responsible for the transporting the products to that market. It continues. Then the persons who are associated with the processing and export industries, and then it continues. The persons involved in retail, meanwhile, are going to see inventories diminish or consumer demand dwindle. But why are consumer demands dwindling as well? That's because as market prices continue to rise in a tight environment or fluctuate unpredictably in response to this disruption in supply chain. Now, members, Mr. Speaker, in case you were sleeping a while ago and our incredible audience have not been paying attention, in just this one scenario, we have seen in which one instance, 4 to 5, perhaps even 6, as I want to count the consumer, have over a period just been affected severely, possibly crippled on the knees in one situation. Now imagine, therefore, over a course of years, where again we say in our resolution, where we observe that with global warming of approximately 1 degree Celsius, SIDS, including all Caribbean countries, are already experiencing life-threatening impacts. Imagine, Mr. Speaker, if this resolution is not passed and we do not go on the attack. So could it get worse? Just from crop yields falling, potentially 4 to 5 industries and the consumer has affected supply chain, no food market prices, and that has impacted several people. Can that get worse, Mr. Speaker? I have news for you, members, because I want to just underscore, I remember would have told you already the incredible impact on numbers for agriculture and tourism. So let me just outline for us social impact on people. And the ILO confirms this in their recent report as they begin to look, Mr. Speaker, that we're told that the highest impacts will, of course, as we predicted, be felt by the working poor, those working in the informal economy, seasonal and casual workers, the self-employed, the micro and small business enterprises, and in case we needed any kind of reminder, those all sound like things that characterize a considerable makeup for the populations in our region. And this is confirmed to us if we needed any confirmation by a 2017 report by the IADB that shows us like countries like Barbados, Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, as well as Jamaica, that from ranging as 29% to as high as 14 some towards their size of an informal economy. Imagine, therefore, over a period of years, where our resolution reminds us we are already seeing life-threatening impacts. Mr. Speaker, this needs action. No. When this is coupled, as I bring it all together, therefore, Mr. Speaker, so we're already seeing some how persons all across the board stand to be potentially crippled in every single profession that you're actually in, Mr. Speaker. We're now seeing how this is coupled with a report from the World Bank published as 2010 titled Reducing Poverty, Protecting Livelihoods and Building Assets and Changing Climate, Social Implications of Climate Change for Latin America and the Caribbean, where we see the analysis, an interesting analysis put forward of the contemporary relationship between the climate and the income and livelihood of persons, where, Mr. Speaker, it is actually that we're aligning that the poor are more likely to depend on activity whose productivity is one fluctuating strongly in response to variation in temperature, that they're the ones most vulnerable to exogenous shocks. It will threaten, therefore, to reverse all any progress, if any, has happened in the first place. It will threaten to enhance and exacerbate the issue of we ever have in poverty and income inequality in our societies. The point here, members, Mr. Speaker of this honorable House, is that both now and over the long run, climate change and variability threatens human and social development. Impact of on climate change on our livelihood, members, if you've not heard anything, threatens the very human and social development by restricting the fulfillment of human potential and by disempowering people, Mr. Speaker, and communities, entire communities, and reducing their livelihood options. Mr. Speaker, members, in saying all of this, I reiterate why it is that each of us are here in this honorable House today. We are here to commit to urgent and ambitious action to climate change to secure our collective future, a future where our labor, social, and economic systems are under attack. It is here that I argue, I plead, in fact, that we take our call in the resolution, particularly where we call and we highlight the need for the international community to provide a greater support to the Caribbean in its ongoing efforts to adapt to the myriad, the multi-sectoral impacts across climate change, where we're seeing that just by one activity, 4 to 5 sectors, thousands and thousands of people are affected by one disaster. Imagine over a period of time. The multi-sectoral impacts of climate change, our resolutions causing that we're building greater resilience and transition in its economies away from possibly use as much as possible of fossil fuels. And as well, we continue to urge the parties of the UNFCCC to ensure that the outcomes of COP26 result in full and effective operational of the Paris Agreement. Mr. Speaker, the best solution against the impact of our livelihoods will necessitate the transformation of our labor systems, industrialized and urban areas. Members, I have been outlining to us and saying constantly that we are under attack. And this will need, as I propose and nearing closing, I propose, Mr. Speaker, if I may, that we have to be climate offensive. We have to be on the offensive to this attack. What is this climate offense, Mr. Speaker? It is going green with our lifestyles, in our actions, in passing our resolutions. The reminder that prevention is better than cure, or in this case, an adaptation to the offensive needs just as much as our mitigation. Let us bolster our economies as we create new jobs in emerging sectors. As I got that question on Hoover from Mr. Fraser, how can we create these new jobs that can mitigate and adapt to this changing climate? Such as we can create new emerging green sectors, such as renewable energies, where the demand for goods and services are expanding. This is what our resolution can bring forth, Mr. Speaker. Transform working methods in adoption of more friendly practices, such as efficiency improvements. Mr. Speaker, as an honorable member in this House, alongside other speakers, I am calling for this House to go on the offensive, to go on the green offensive. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members. That's my presentation to this House.
Thank you. I now recognize the member of St. Lucia, the Honorable Said Gustav.
Good morning and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would first like to state that I stand in support of the resolution that has been put before the House, and that I will be presenting on the role of the youth in the Caribbean's battle with climate change. With that being said, I would like to begin with a short quote by climate activist Greta Thunberg, and I quote, "I want you to act as if your house is on fire, because it is," end quote. Mr. Speaker, the Caribbean is in trouble. We are in trouble. We are grappling with climate change and its effects on our region, which, according to many global reports, are largely due to the negligence of past and some current world leaders as it relates to the decisions they have made concerning the environment, and more specifically our climate, as well as multiple failures in policies to protect and preserve our climate. And yet, despite the general acknowledgement by the global community of these facts, the necessary actions for the effective combat of climate change and its effects have yet to be taken, particularly as it pertains to the regard and inclusion of children and young people in efforts to fight against climate change nationally, regionally, and internationally. Mr. Speaker, this cannot continue. The current state of our climate requires us to do more. We must do more, considerably more than what is being done now. We must. I have been bestowed the honor to present on the behalf of my country, St. Lucia, and I will, to the best of my ability, give as comprehensive an explanation of the role of the youth in the fight against climate change, particularly the Caribbean's fight against climate change. Mr. Speaker, to understand the role of the youth in combating climate change, it is important to first understand what climate change is. The UN's definition of climate change states that climate change refers to long-term shifts in temperatures and weather patterns. As of recent decades, it has been noted that these shifts in temperatures and weather patterns have grown to have negative impacts on small island developing states like those in the Caribbean. That being said, to combat climate change and its impacts on our region, it is of utmost importance that governments of the Caribbean, particularly the states of CARICOM, as well as both regional and international bodies, take action. Take action to educate the youth from around the Caribbean about matters dealing with climate change. To take action to engage the youth in national, regional, and global efforts to fight against climate change. Take action to observe the rights of the youth as it pertains to tackling climate change. We must take action. Combating climate change requires participation and cooperation from all segments of our population. That goes across the Caribbean. And the youth is no exception to that. According to the UN's regional overview of Latin America and the Caribbean, there are approximately 106 million young people living in Latin America and the Caribbean. To be specific, these are only the people who are between the ages of 15 and 24. I could not find a statistic of the number of people or the percentage of people who make up the Caribbean's population. So you can imagine just how many young people there are living in the Caribbean. The youth, in addition to representing a significant portion of our population, can also be found in every sector of society, whether it be education, arts, culture, economics, you find youth there. And so they contribute greatly to the happenings that occur within the region. This, Mr. Speaker, makes youth engagement in climate action and their contributions to plans, strategies, and initiatives absolutely essential to the Caribbean's battle with climate change and its impacts on the Caribbean. Without the involvement of the youth in matters surrounding climate change and its impacts on the region, it is very unlikely, it is not very likely that the execution of these plans to combat climate change will be very effective. In addition to the youth making up a significant portion of the Caribbean, as well as the need for them to be engaged in climate action in the region, I also realize the need that for the states in the Caribbean to implement programs and or initiatives which would seek to not only educate the youth about matters dealing with climate change, but also equip the youth with tools necessary to adapt to the climatic changes that the region has been facing in recent decades. Now, drawing reference to the part of the resolution, which speaks to appreciating that states continue to affirm the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child, and all human rights instruments relevant to the protection, promotion, respect, and fulfillment of human rights of all children and young people, as well as the part of the resolution which speaks to affirming the Human Rights Council resolutions 37.8, 35.20, and 40.11, address the rights of children and young people with respect to the environmental harm and climate change, and that a safe environment is a vital element of the right to a safe, clean, healthy, and sustainable environment, and is essential to human life and well-being respectively. Mr. Speaker, I say that the effects of climate change on the region have a profound impact on the rights of the youth of the Caribbean and should be one of the region's top priorities when dealing with matters associated with our battle with climate change. Changes in our region's climate, as research suggests, are apparent in stronger and more frequent weather systems such as tropical storms, hurricanes, some examples being Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017, Hurricane Dorian in 2019, and Hurricane Elsa earlier this year. Other climatic changes would include longer periods of drought, irregularities in seasons, so irregularities in the wet and dry seasons, and the increases in temperatures around the region, and among, of course, a plethora of other climatic changes. The youth of the Caribbean are not only vulnerable to these climatic changes and their various impacts on the region, but are also vulnerable to the impacts of climate change, which more directly affect their rights, such as their rights to water, to food, health, education, and most importantly, their right to life. For example, some of these impacts on the rights of youth came to the forefront in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria in 2017. In the island of Dominica, multiple students were displaced and as a result were unable to have access to valuable schooling. Additionally, as stated by The Guardian, 83.9% of children in Puerto Rico saw damaged homes, 25.5% of youth were forced to evacuate from the island, and 32%, nearly a third of youth experienced shortages of food and water in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria. I'm sorry. There was a small disturbance. I'm not sure if you all can hear it, but I do apologize for that sound in the background. But I was saying close to a third of the youth experience food shortages and water shortages in the aftermath of Hurricane Maria in the island of Puerto Rico. Seeing that the rights of the youth cannot be protected or upheld without a safe and sustainable environment, it is of great significance that governments of the states of the Caribbean work to ensure that they keep the rights of the youth and population at large at the heart of plans and strategies that they may put in place to combat climate change. And in reference to the part of the resolution, which speaks to the noting that states committed in the Paris Agreement to respect, promote, and consider their respective obligations on human rights, including the rights on children and intergenerational equity when taking action to address climate change. I wish to reiterate, Mr. Speaker, the importance of states of the Caribbean ensuring that human rights, especially the rights of the youth, are kept at the heart of climate action and activism in the region. States of CARICOM also need to ensure that they make the considerations for the fair treatment of future generations. And that is something that I think they need to do because not only would it affect the future generations to come, but that is what happened to our generation who's coming in now. That the previous generation did not put measures in place. They did not treat our generation fairly. And so now my generation and probably generations to come, should my generation not take the correct steps, put in the correct intervention measures, the future generations will face the same issues that my generation is facing today. As it pertains to points 2 in the resolution, as well as points 3 and 13, Mr. Speaker, as I previously mentioned, the youth of the Caribbean play a significant role in the happenings around the region. And I urge states across the region to not only recognize the rights of children and young people as we implement the Paris Agreement, but also examine the vulnerabilities caused by the impacts of climate change on the youth and their critical position as indispensable parts of the national plans and strategies as stated in the resolution to combat climate change in the various sectors of society. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, it is paramount that the region work towards ensuring that the rights of the region, that the rights of vulnerable groups here in the Caribbean, especially the rights of children and young people who are vulnerable to various things that affect the Caribbean, are central to their rights, are central to the climate action and activism, so as to make sure that the presence of climate justice in the Caribbean. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, to echo my sentiments earlier, it is extremely important that the youth be included in efforts to help the region's battle with climate change, and providing the youth with a platform to express their concerns and ideas about climate change and climate action at the regional, national, and international levels, as stated in the resolution, is an excellent way to do so. Additionally, as stated in number 11, I would also like to encourage the operational entities under the financial mechanisms of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement to clarify how developing countries like SIDS here in the Caribbean, such as St. Lucia, Dominica, Grenada, may access funding for the development of proposals that avert, minimize, and address loss and damage and as stated in number 12, I would also urge parties of the UNFCCC to ensure that the outcomes of COP26 result in the full and effective operationalization of the Paris Agreement. To conclude, Mr. Speaker, I just wish to say this. It is of paramount importance that states across the region, particularly states of CARICOM, regional and international bodies work to engage the youth in climate action. Failing to do so may result in the further devastation of the states here in the region and in the world at large. We must take action against climate change. We cannot afford to sit back and let climate change run its course. The cost of such a transgression is just too high. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. I now recognize the member of Barbados, the Honorable Gabrielle Gay.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me a magnificent sense of pride, nationalism, and honor on this most propitious occasion to give my support to the resolution as denoted by the Leader of Parliamentary Business, the Honorable Daniel Edwards. It also gives me such a deep measure of regionalism to be among my esteemed comrades this afternoon speaking on Caribbean climate and the justice that it deserves. Mr. Speaker, and my fellow comrades and listening public, allow me to cast your minds back to the year 1970. The whole world is holding its breath as the Apollo 13 flight is taking off into space. But suddenly, there's an explosion. And now the most infamous and highly paraphrased statement of all time goes to NASA Communications. And they say, Houston, we have a problem. And Mr. Speaker, I submit that just as it was in 1970, we too can paraphrase that statement and say, Caribbean, we have a climate change problem and we need instant action. Some may ask, climate change action, climate change problem? How does climate change become an issue in the Caribbean? What is education's role within climate change? I'm glad you asked. Climate change continues to sear the earth in its heated grasp, and we need education to lift us out. Research has discovered deep linkages between climate change and a decrease in education. According to the study, Climate Change and Educational Attainment in the Global Tropics by the National Socio-Environmental Synthesis Center, the Maryland Institute for Applied Environmental Health, and the Department of Geography, University of North Carolina, it states that children from the most educated households in the Caribbean experience 1.1 years of lower predicted education on average due to high temperatures. Moreover, children in the least educated households in the Caribbean region benefit from cooler temperatures. Mr. Speaker, we have a climate change problem. Further to this, a child in the Caribbean who experiences rainfall just 2, not 1, not 5, not 10, but 2 standard deviations above average is predicted to attain 0.7 years less of schooling versus a child who only experiences just average rainfall in their households. Caribbean, we have got to wake up. Mr. Speaker, we have a climate change problem. According to the 2015 study by Hansen and Shukla, they examined the relationship between temperature, precipitation, and birth. The harrowing empirical results revealed that extreme heat affects fetal development, causing prenatal and early life hindrances in physical and cognitive development. This then, over the years, negatively affects educational outcomes in the future. So some may be questioning, why is this an issue? This is particularly deleterious for the Caribbean because according to the 2002 research paper entitled Hurricane Mitch and the Livelihoods of the Rural Poor in the Caribbean region, the Caribbean American region is particularly prone to hurricanes, which cause flooding, landslides, infrastructure damage, crop loss, and this tends to most severely affect socioeconomically disadvantaged households in terms of the percentage of schooling, assets, and income loss. Plainly put, Mr. Speaker, the more hurricanes we have, the less children are in school, the more damage and irreparable blows are dealt to the education system. These results suggest that climate change could undermine the socioeconomic development and educational gains in the tropics, particularly amongst the most vulnerable populations, as espoused by my honorable and most esteemed members of parliament. But Mr. Speaker, Caribbean, we have a climate change problem. But I submit to this worthy parliament today that we have a climate change solution in the form of education. And how does this happen? Through public policy, community, and third sector education initiatives, we can defeat the Caribbean climate change arch nemesis for all. On a public policy level, there are a plethora of educational programs and initiatives that can be adopted by Caribbean governments. The United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and all parties to this convention have a responsibility to undertake educational and public awareness campaigns on climate change. Example of these initiatives and educational campaigns include the Climate Change Education for Sustainable Development Program, the Global Action Program, and the Action for Climate Change Empowerment Campaign. Mr. Speaker, we have a solution. This is a prime opportunity for the third sector and governments to unite and implement these initiatives at a public policy, legislative, and personal level in the Caribbean. But of course, no solution is effective without pragmatism and clear implementation. So what does this look like? These global initiatives of governance with regards to education, what do they look like on a personal and community level? Well, I'm glad you asked. Established in 2010, the UNESCO Climate Change Education for Sustainable Development Program, as I mentioned earlier, aims to help people understand climate change. We need to understand what this phenomenon is. It is grounded in the holistic approach of education for sustainable development, which encourages key sustainable development issues such as climate change, disaster risk reduction, and others into education. So we're fusing these campaigns into education for a hybrid and exciting approach. It is done in a way that addresses the interdependence of environmental sustainability, economic viability, and social justice. It promotes participatory teaching and the learning methods that motivate and empower learners to change their behavior and take action for sustainable development. The program seeks to help persons understand the impact of global warming today and increase climate literacy, especially among young people, and aims to make education a more central part of the international response to climate change. UNESCO then works with national governments to integrate the CCE programming into the national curricula and to develop innovative teaching and learning approaches by doing so. So in schools, the syllabi should focus on promoting green careers. For example, careers that are targeted on the conservation of the environment. And let's say even in the legal field, let's encourage our future lawyers and public policy makers to study environmental law. Let's encourage our students, even at the nursery and primary level, to have the open idea to form and pursue careers in science, technology, engineering, and medicine with a focus on making these traditional careers greener and more open to sustainability for all. In terms of third sector partnerships for the goals, governments also collaborate with non-governmental organizations and institutions to effect climate literacy and education-driven solutions. Organizations such as the Caribbean Climate Justice Organization, the Erling Bradshaw Foundation, the Impact Leaders Program by the ILA and partners, and Holistic Academy are just some examples of organizations that utilize education, technology, and sustainable investment to create solutions against climate change. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, honorable members of Parliament, the region, everyone under the sound of my voice today, let us not surrender to the searing adversary and our arch nemesis, that is climate change. Let us not disappoint our ancestors who fought for us to use education as the nucleus of society's growth. Let us not forget the critical and the perpetual role that education plays in the advancement and promulgation of the fight against climate change. Today, young people, youth, members of parliament, persons in government and governance, persons in the NGO sector and third sector, it is our fight. It is our generation. It is our world. Let us ensure a perpetually sustainable environment for all. Thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize the Honorable Member of Barbados, the Honorable Pierre Crook Jr.
Mr. Speaker, sir, can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Many thanks. Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to address this honorable House and first of all appreciate and send my thanks to the Climate Justice Association for putting together this conversation for us, the youth, to share our views, to share our concerns and have a conversation about climate justice in this region. Necessarily, it has been and continues to be a pressing issue that we need to address with alacrity and urgency. Honorable members of this distinguished House, I stand today to offer my support to the resolution of this House and to share a couple of thoughts on a topic that holds dear to my heart. Now, climate change has been a hot topic of discussion for the last couple of decades, dating as far back as 1979 with the organization of the First World Climate Conference. Over the annals of time, we have labored and deliberated over what must or could be done to best protect the atmosphere and by extension, our livelihood. In 1997, we saw the Kyoto Protocol being adopted, which was to serve as the first major step in reducing the carbon dioxide emissions in the atmosphere. Now, this treaty, at its introduction, was signaled as a major plus in the global conversation on climate change, and it was particularly celebrated for its recognition of the vulnerable status of developing countries. I want us to contextualize that conversation and think of ourselves within the context of being developing countries. Over time, we saw the introduction of the Doha Amendment, which extending the first commitment to 2020 of the Kyoto Protocol. And in between this, we had the famous Paris Climate Agreement, which was adopted by nearly every nation in 2015 and effectively replaced the Kyoto Protocols. I want to put this conversation and put this topic of health and climate into context. Mr. Speaker, one may ask why my deliberation and insistence on reviewing what may be well-known facts. We know of these protocols. But sir, I wandered a little bit outside the narrow confines of my topic area to provide context to a larger issue and a situation that has impacted and continues to impact islands and developing countries like ourselves. I wanted to leave an indelible mark in the conversation about developing countries within the space of climate justice, and particularly as it relates to health. Now, it should not be taken for granted that early conversations on the change in climate and protocols that could be implemented to reserve or reverse such actions was engaged at the highest level amongst the largest international superpowers. We saw countries in the global north leading with passion and vigor the discourse on what targets should be lowered for carbon emissions, what temperatures we needed to maintain to stay alive, and what financing must be provided to states, and further where priorities should be placed. On the other hand, what we could and should equally appreciate and take notice of is the absence of major small island players in those conversations, at least those early conversations. We were not in the room in some instances. What we should pay attention to is the fact that the policies first implemented and treaties first signed did not make essential accommodations for our unique circumstances. So what we had, Mr. Speaker, was international conversation about what is needed for global development, international conversation about what is needed to push past the climate target, but the distinct voice of those most affected by the climate emergency was hushed out of the room, silenced by larger booming voices of trade, money, and economic interests. Because even then, the future of the world, the future of our children, was dominated by a conversation of economic interests. The battle of who could get the best concessions, who can get the lowest targets in terms of how much carbon emissions we're allowed to expel each year. That was the nature of the conversation. So smaller, vulnerable communities and countries were left out of that space of discussion. But we call them international commitments. And necessarily they were put in place for all countries, yet still those vulnerable voices were left out of the conversation. We were in a situation we were fighting to be heard. Just in 2019, we had the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, in her delivery to the international community, asking for increased support of small island developing states and greater funding for our climate prevention and adaptation programs. We continue as small island states to argue for our involvement and increased representation in these conversations. Now, my topic is health, and I'm straying a little further off into a conversation of inclusion and inclusivity. But why, you may ask? Because, Mr. Speaker, necessarily the conversation of health and the protection of health in the climate sphere is one of speaking to vulnerable communities and inclusion. Mr. Speaker, I want us to channel that outrage of international countries, larger economies, persons who have no idea what is happening in the Caribbean or little idea to that fact, making decisions on our behalf and leaving us out of the conversation. Let's think about those developing countries like ourselves having to jump and dance and perform and wave and do gymnastics just to be heard at the international level. Thankfully, the battle isn't as uphill now because we have the introduction of CARICOM organizations like the Caribbean Community for Climate Change, which now helps us to better coordinate and cooperate in the areas of climate change and clean energy matters. But I want us to channel that outrage and signal that outrage felt at the fact that most affected and most vulnerable communities were left out of the international conversations and contextualize that in the space of health. Mr. Speaker, I submit in the same way that we were neglected in that international conversation and we were silenced in some instances in international fora, regionally, we have not done nearly enough, and we've done a great disservice and injustice to some marginalized and disadvantaged groups in our societies in relation to the climate justice conversation, especially those with health complications, who are at greater risk in the event of a climate emergency. Now, before I delve into the aspect of my contribution in terms of the conversation on vulnerable communities and protecting them, I would like to contextualize and place some background to the discourse on climate change and health. Now, the United Nations and its Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change indicated recently, climate change is one of the major global challenges of our time due to the unprecedented scale and worldwide impact that it poses. And I want us to think about that, the unprecedented scale of worldwide impact that climate change poses. What other phenomenon do we know of that presents that same challenge? I submit to you COVID-19. The pandemic has essentially stopped our world, and we are now trying to recuperate and figure out ways to move forward better. What I want this honorable House to appreciate is the climate crisis is moreover a health crisis. According to the WHO, climate change affects several determinants of health. For example, air quality, availability of safe drinking water, food supplies, and secure shelter. As special to note is climate change is expected to cause approximately 250,000 deaths between the years of 2030 and 2050, related only to malaria, diarrhea, malnutrition, heat stress, health complications. That says nothing to those persons already living with NCDs. That says nothing to those vulnerable communities who already have complications existing in their health status. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to submit climate experts and policymakers have not fully elaborated the health effects of the impending threat, rather imminent threat, of climate change. In fact, too little time has been spent considering how climate change will impact the health of our region's people and our goals for development. There should be no question about the fact that populations and economies of the Caribbean have been negatively impacted by the reported experience of extreme weather and climate events, including hurricanes, floods, droughts, and storms, which has taken many lives, harmed health, livelihoods, and ecosystems, and in many ways retarded our development. Now, this is despite the well-known fact that Caribbean and small island developing states around the world have contributed the least, to global emissions of greenhouse gases, but we suffer disproportionately major impacts from climate change. Ours are the nations already experiencing the impact of the climate emergency. We are the ones who are experiencing the increased hurricanes. We are the ones experiencing the increased displacement. Yet still our voice in conversation around health is silenced. We're seeing a space now where NCDs and a conversation about the protection and the right to health is relegated to the footnotes of our conversation. That is simply not enough. More needs to be done in terms of protecting and putting policies in place for proper nutrition, access to services in the event of a climate emergency. And that calls for coordinated action across the region, across the world. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to implore and point out today that the vulnerable communities are the ones left out of the room, but necessarily we have the key solutions to the problems that we're facing. Look at our panel today. We have young persons stepping up to the fore to speak about climate injustice, to speak about health, to speak about education. We weren't the ones that created the problem. We inherited this situation. But everyone is looking to the youth and looking to the young, bright minds to create solutions for a situation that we inherited. Let's look at the context of vulnerable communities in health. Persons living with non-communicable diseases, those diabetics, those persons living with cancer, persons living with hypertension, asthma, and other chronic diseases will be the ones worst affected in the event of a climate disaster. But again, they're relegated to the footnotes of our discussion. According to CARPA, 76.8% of deaths in the Caribbean is due to NCDs. The Caribbean is known as one of the major NCD crisis capitals in the world. But yet we don't have enough conversations about how we need to contextualize our response to the climate emergency, including a conversation about health. Climate change and increased natural disasters poses a significant threat to health service delivery and access to healthcare in our islands. Because of our unique size and position in the Caribbean, we are prone to tropical cyclones, floods, storms, hurricanes, disturbances. Additionally, damage to infrastructure and essential supplies or amenities can affect the capacity of health system to provide services when they're most needed in emergency. I've heard accounts of stories from the Bahamas and Barbuda after they were ravaged by hurricanes where people could not get immediate access to healthcare services. Now think about it for a minute. As the honorable member from Jamaica said, follow me. When we look at the fact that someone who's living with diabetes in the event of an increased climate action, let's say we have a major hurricane, they're displaced for, let's say, a day, 2 days, a week. What happens when they don't have access to essential medicines? What happens when they don't have access to insulin? What happens when a cancer patient doesn't have access to necessary medication in the event of a climate emergency? Mr. Speaker, sir, I submit that we need more coordinated action in putting preventative measures in place to ensure that the health of our persons are protected. No longer can we have reactive responses to climate change. We need proactive responses, and necessarily we are far too gone down the line to be having conversations about what should happen. They needed to be in place. Vulnerable communities should not have to inherit the stresses that they did not create. When we speak about health and we talk about the high standards and the high stakes of persons who are immunocompromised, we look at COVID-19 and we saw that persons living with NCDs are the ones worst affected by the COVID-19 virus. And necessarily that is the trend in all these conversations of major pandemics and major experiences, that those persons who are already vulnerable are the ones most affected. But whilst I have this conversation, I contextualize the health of our people, I want us to understand for a moment that health is not a privilege for some. Whilst we need a right to a healthy environment, we also have a right to health. So health is not a right or a privileged right for some persons who have the financial access to it. It is a right for all. So to put that briefly, health is not a privilege for some, it is a right for all. Health is not something that only the rich can afford to have access to. Health is not something that in the event of a climate disaster, only the rich have access to immediate services. We need coordinated effort. We need preventative policies. We need our governments to commit in a very real way to putting legislation in place that creates the necessary framework to protect those vulnerable communities in the event of a natural disaster. The climate justice conversation has been long ongoing. And when we think about the fact that this will be the coolest summer that we have going forward, what then do we have in place for persons who will affect or be affected by the increased heat? What measures do we have in place for persons who might fall down with a heat stroke? What preventative measures do we have in place? Let's have conversations about what we need to do. Uncomfortably, we need to look at what is the possibility of persons working at night? What is the possibility of us going forward and going into a system where our office times are shifted so that in the cooler hours of the day, we have to operate? Not necessarily that sounds strange and weird. Why should I have to start working at 5 and go through the night? But understand, understand that we are not going forward in normal times. Understand that things will heat up. Things will get hotter. And as Gabrielle said just a moment ago, Houston, we have a problem and we need to fix it. Necessarily, there has been some Caribbean milestones in climate change and health. We have a rich history of addressing health impacts and responding to climate change. I put to you, Mr. Speaker, and the honorable members of this House, that the first International Climate Change and Health Conference in Small Island Developing States was convened by the Pan American Health Organization and held in Barbados in 2002. In 2004, the Caribbean Community and Climate Change Center was established in Belize and received a mandate to address the impacts on climate variability and change on all aspects of economic development through the provision of forecasts and analysis of potentially hazardous impacts of climate change, as well as the development of special programs. Furthermore, in 2013, the same Caribbean Community for Climate Change Center, along with the Caribbean Public Health Agency and the University of the West Indies, organized a Caribbean Climate Change and Human Health workshop where a roadmap was developed for advancing climate change and health actions in the Caribbean. So there are protocols in place. There are structures in place. Where's the gap? Where do we need to bridge the gap? Implementation. And I don't want to put it to you that vulnerable communities are responsible for protecting themselves. I want us to have a conversation as well about the fact that Caribbean communities don't have access to the necessary funding to put policies, put provisions, and put structures in place to protect the right of our person to health. So we need to have an international conversation about larger communities, larger countries who contribute the most to global carbon dioxide emissions, paying forward reparations to smaller island developing states like ourselves, and providing the necessary financial support so that we can protect ourselves for an issue we did not create. We inherited the problem. Some recommendations for future development: empowerment. Empower health leadership and strengthen institutional structures on climate change and health. How many of our health ministers are looking towards a policy around climate change and health? How many of them are looking at contingency plans in the effect of a natural disaster, rather, that's to such an extent that persons are immediately displaced from access to healthcare services? We need empowerment so that persons can promote health issues in intersectoral climate change agendas. So we need to have a conversation about health and the built environment. Climate change, health, and education. Climate change, health, and the economy. We need evidence. We need to strengthen educational capacities on climate change and health. We need to strengthen research capacities on climate change and health. We need to build and use evidence for planning, decision-making, and policy assessment. And necessarily, we need to improve our communications. Too many persons are not aware of what the impacts of climate change are on their health. Persons understand that there's an immediate impact to the built environment, to their natural environment, but how does that translate to their health? And we necessarily need increased evidence to show that necessarily increased heat can relate to increased heat stroke and release, and in relation to that, result in more health complications. Let's have a conversation about implementation. That is the biggest gap in the region. We all know it within CARICOM, within our individual states. Implementation of these brilliant policies and ideas is always the biggest gap. But we need to implement early warning systems for weather and climate-related diseases and conditions. We need to understand that with the increase of water activity, with the increase of hurricanes and flooding, waterborne vector diseases will increase. That's a conversation that we need to have at a greater level. We need to develop and provide climate-informed health services. We need to incorporate health and weather and climate-related disaster preparedness, response, and recovery plans. We need to promote safe and green infrastructure. I submit as a final recommendation, we need to strengthen capacities and coordinations to access resources. We need our CARICOM community to go stronger and harder on the front lines and say, we demand and we deserve access to the proper financial considerations so that we can put measures in place to protect the health of our people. And necessarily, I want to make it lucidly clear that I'm not saying that CARICOM hasn't been doing enough. As Kofi Annan once said about Barbados, CARICOM has been punching above their weight in the international fora, speaking to the impacts of climate change, and not only on behalf of Caribbean islands, but small island developing states across the world. So we are doing our part. We are putting in the effort. But in the same way the youth are coming to provide solutions to issues that they did not inherit, CARICOM then has to go forward and present and speak to health complications and protections for a health issue that they did not create. We all inherited these situations, and necessarily we're all facing the brunt of irresponsible actions by countries in the global north, necessarily with their increased carbon dioxide emissions and their unscrupulous use of these gases and effects. Necessarily, Mr. Speaker, I would like to submit to this honorable House today that it be resolved that this Caribbean Youth Parliament have a conversation around increased protections for these vulnerable communities. I support this resolution, and I'd be concerned to hear a young person or anyone who doesn't support a resolution that speaks to the climate emergency and climate justice. COVID-19 caught us by surprise. It came as a thief in the night. No one expected it. And necessarily it stopped our world for the last year, and then we tried to find some ways around it. Climate change is no surprise to us. It's been an issue for decades. Yet still, we are not having those necessary and important conversations about how we go forward to protect our people. Not enough support and commitment is going into protecting small island developing states. Not enough support and commitment is going into protecting the health of our people. Mr. Speaker, I submit that we need to have increased conversations about how we make sure that health is not a privilege for some, but a right to all. How do we ensure that those vulnerable communities living with NCDs are protected? Mr. Speaker, I want us to have a serious conversation about how we move forward as a Caribbean region to protect the rights of persons to health. Mr. Speaker, I digress, and I humbly submit my proposal to this House.
Thank you. I now recognize the member of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Khadijah Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And today I stand in agreement with the resolution being put forward. And I would like to stress that water is a human right, and everyone, and I mean each and every one of us in the Caribbean, deserves access to reliable and acceptable water quality and quantity. As Caribbean nationals, you know, we are always in and around, surrounded by water, whether it be going to the beach, going to a river with friends, having a water fight, bathing in the rain. Water is more than just a resource. It is literally a part of our culture, and we all need it to survive. But climate change has been added into the mix. And are we taking that into consideration? Now the Caribbean region is being seen as one of the most water-stressed regions in the world. And what does that mean for us? What does that mean for all the activities that we need water for? Water to cook, water to clean, water to bathe, water for energy, water for food. And I don't know about you, Mr. Speaker, but I love to eat, and I would love to bathe and stay clean and healthy, you know? So we really need to start understanding how climate change is impacting our water resources. And the science is saying that we are going to be experiencing increased temperatures, which is going to increase evapotranspiration rates, which less water available. and then increased storms and more intense hurricanes that is going to destroy our existing infrastructure. So how are we going to be able to provide people with water if all our pipes are damaged, if we are not able to properly treat our water because the volume of water coming is so strong that is destroying our water treatment plants? What we have saltwater intrusion. This is going to result in desalination, and desalination is a very expensive process. And how could we afford this? You know, we have increased drought-like conditions. We have been seeing more and more dry seasons, very harsh conditions, and it is definitely impacting not just the utilities' ability to provide us with water, but it's affecting our health, as mentioned previously. You know, and then when we have things like increased variability, this puts a serious issue on planning. How can we properly plan if we don't know when the drought is coming, or we can't tell when we're getting a storm, or we have a storm today and then we don't have a storm, and then, or we have a really wet rainy season one year and then next year it's very dry. We can't put proper measures in place because we can't predict what is happening. And this is a serious issue in the Caribbean. And what are we doing to ensure a water secure region? We are currently trying to find ways to produce more water. And that sounds like the answer, right? Yeah, of course. Yeah, let's just keep getting more water. And that could work, and it should work if it is that we're putting more water into a reliable system. But that is not the case. The Caribbean region has a high percentage of non-revenue water, which is water that is produced, but it is lost either during treatment, distribution, or usage purposes from the consumers like you and me, right? And if it is, we have leaks. In Trinidad and Tobago, for example, approximately 50% of our water is lost. And this is 50% water that could be used in homes to cook and clean, etc. Now, that number alone is alarming to me, and I absolutely cannot imagine a world without water. And what we are doing by producing more water is basically innovating ways to keep wasting water. And that does not make sense at all. You know, we're basically fostering a broken system of poor management, poor database decision making, and just putting a plaster on things without really tackling the core of the issue. And you know, there's wastewater reuse measures being implemented, desalination plants popping up, rainwater harvesting projects coming up in the region. And like I said, all that is great, it's cute, but if we are putting this into a broken system, then we are just wasting it. And what is the point of that? You know, so what we need to do is start looking at this issue of non-revenue water, as well as finding new ways of producing water. But if we don't address the leaks, we have to make the hard decisions. We have to look at things like pressure management, innovative solutions, updating our not just infrastructure, but our technology, our research, our equipment, our laws. Jesus, some of our laws are dated since 18 something or 19 something, you know, and we are currently in 2021. That is ridiculous. It does not, the context does not hold anymore, you know. So we really need to make these hard decisions. And something that a lot of people don't consider when they look at managing water in the Caribbean is our land. Without managing our land properly, there's no water. It's all connected. If we destroy our forests, if we keep building fancy homes, if we keep degrading our mangroves, if we keep destroying our coastal areas, then what is going to happen with our water? We are not a continent, we are an island. And to imagine an island without water is just absolutely scary. But like I said, if we keep destroying our land, then where would we get the water from? You know, and that is all that we have. So this mindset of continuously producing more, It's not good enough. We need to do better. We need to be innovative. And one thing that we also need to do is address the inequalities in the sector. It is absolutely ridiculous that certain citizens have access to a 24/7 water supply while others are struggling. Throughout my career, why have I been hearing so many stories of people getting water once a week, once every 2 weeks? What are you supposed to do with that? We all have needs, like I mentioned, to cook, to clean, to bathe, etc. What are we supposed to do with water that is coming once every 2 weeks? That is impossible. And these inequalities are causing, again, serious management issues. And at the forefront of these inequality issues are the youth and women especially. So we really need to start having inclusive conversations and putting them at the forefront of the discussion, because the youth didn't ask for this. I didn't ask for this. The generation before me didn't ask for this. After me didn't ask for this. And how is absolutely unfair that this is the world that we are giving them when we have the science, we have the data, we have the resources, and we are choosing to ignore it. Why? It makes no sense. We really need to stop playing politics with our water resources. It is not a joke. It is not a game. This is a matter of life and death. We all need water to survive, Mr. Speaker. We all need water to survive. And like I mentioned, the climate is changing and it is going to keep changing. And this way that decision makers are hesitant to make the hard-hitting decisions because they will not get the popular vote, or they're facilitating corruption in utilities, or they're just ignoring the problem because, for example, Trinidad and Tobago's water is not metered. And decision makers often say then, this is not a real problem because we have no proof. What do you mean there's no proof? Yes, metering would provide you with solid data and evidence, but just listen to the stories. Listen to the stories of the vulnerable communities. Listen to the stories of the people in the rural areas that are poor, that are suffering, that don't know when the next water supply is coming, that are unable to carry their children to school because there's no water for them to bathe. And nobody wants to send their child to school smelling horribly because they can't bathe. They don't know what to eat. And oftentimes, many people in the public have the perception that, yes, it is the utility's fault. And absolutely, the utility has their part to play in ensuring that they provide us with water. But climate change is also real. And we need to connect the dots that if we have less rainfall, then guess what? That's less fresh water in our rivers. And that's less water for the utility to provide for us. So we also need to do our part in conservation, in understanding the problem, in doing research, in talking to our peers, and encouraging people to have more water efficient practices, because this climate is going to keep changing, and it's only a matter of time before we look around and realize we are in a dark, deep hole, waterless as ever. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to please beg the decision makers to stop playing games with our water resources. Make the decisions, make the hard-hitting decisions, address the issue of non-revenue water, bring the youth and women to the forefront of the discussion. They deserve a seat at the table. And most importantly, get those laws up to date and in order, and find measures of ensuring that each and every one of us has access to safe, potable water. Water is a human right. It is not a want, it is a necessity that we all deserve access to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to move a motion for Parliament to be suspended for 1 hour.
Members, a question has been put forth to this Parliament to suspend lunch for 1 hour. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 All those against say no. The ayes have it. Parliament will be suspended. Parliament will be suspended for 1 hour. We will reconvene at 11 o'clock Eastern Standard Time and 12 o'clock AST time.
is it's a meditation on humans' relationship to water. And I think that's going to be the biggest issue of the 21st century. And I want people to start thinking about it.
When the U.S. makes this move to pull out of the Paris Agreement, we are taking a stance as a country on climate change.
You only talk about moving forward with the same bad ideas that got us into this mess.
It's really great to bring art to science, to move people to really see.
And it would seem that since ancient times, people have been able to understand some of these systems that sustain us.
And we've got to deal with this across race, across class, across gender, across everything, because it's the first and the last is most important. Artists to me are important in helping to solve this, in helping to face up to it. That's the first thing, is to face up to it and accept it. Because the information is coming at us all the time, and I think it's reaching our heads, it's reaching our intellect. But you get something in the intellect, it doesn't necessarily make you move, because you don't feel it as much. Artists can make you feel something, not just think it, but feel it. And when you feel something, that's when you want to act. So I think it's so crucial that those of us who have artistic gifts, who've been given that wonderful privilege of the gift of expression in whatever form, that we use that to keep that problem there in people's faces and keep them motivated to wanting to do something about it, no matter how small. You start small, and then that motivates you to join up with those who are doing other stuff, and then that's how it grows. But you got to start with the consciousness that I feel and I want to do something. Yeah, an artist can make you do that. Well, I mean, I think first of all, if you're an artist, first of all, I mean, you want to be able to reach everybody, obviously. But I think in a way, you kind of have to, in your mind, kind of target who you see as your ideal audience, and then you kind of start to fashion your tools, you know. So for me as a theater artist, for example, my ideal audience is more of a younger one, because I think they're more open. I think they feel the sense of dread of stuff coming at them more. So to me, according to who you see as your primary audience, you fashion what you're doing to reach it. I think the idea of using, for example, like recycled materials, for example, driftwood, old rocks, that kind of thing, things that people see every day, and then you bring them into a different context, and because they're familiar with it in one sense, but then you're using it in a way that is talking to them in another way. So I think simple means that are everyday, that connect with people's everyday experiences, I think are really, really, really key, no matter what medium you're working in.
Everyone keeps saying that climate change is an existential threat and the most important issue of all, and yet they just carry on like before.
Students, everyone who wants to come to protest again before the climate, because it's a real problem, and we think that if we skip every Thursday, so we don't go to school, that the big people in our country and in the world will say that it's a problem, and that they will do something about it.
Yeah, let me tell you something. You see that whole movement there, so not just like the March on March 15 and so on, but just the fact that young persons are tuning in and speaking up, and they're taking action like, yeah, we're not going to school. For me, that is probably the most heartening thing, because if I look away from that, I can get disheartened, honestly. It can just seem so bleak. But when I see that kind of thing happening, when I hear their voices and say, yes, yeah, because they're the ones who need to take charge. They're going to lead us. They will lead us. That's what's supposed to happen. I say it's their future. So honestly, I am knocked out by this, really. I didn't expect to see it happen so swiftly, and with young persons so young. They see it at such a tender age. It's beautiful. I'm just hoping that the effect is so cumulative, so massive that they cannot be ignored. Because the first thing the system is going to try to do is try to ignore it, to misrepresent it, to underreport it, etc., etc., etc. But again, so young persons themselves have control, a large control over the means of getting, social media and so on, of getting their message out to. So you can't switch them off and put them behind corners as you might have done with all the technology. So I am knocked over by this. And I want to follow them.
Yo, Alpha, Monster, this one is global. 1.5 to stay alive. Caribbean people are survivors on the line. We can't afford to waste time. That's 1.5 to stay alive. We should be no warning. Then we come together to fight against global warming. Cause we can't afford 2 degrees increase. All the policy makers have to consider this. Yeah, we must keep it under 1.5. Climate change is a serious thing, so we got to do what is right and hold it down. The temperature, hold it down. It's too much heat, hold it down. Natural disasters on the increase, hold it down. Sea levels rising, hold it down. Mother Earth is crying, hold it down. We must do something now. 1.5 to stay alive. Caribbean people are survivors on the line. We can't afford to waste time. That's 1.5 to stay alive. We should be no warning. Then we come together to fight against global warming. Yeah.
We in the Caribbean and other island states across the Indian, Pacific and Atlantic Ocean are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Although we contribute least to global warming, we are likely to suffer most from its adverse effects. So join the movement and let your voice be heard. We cannot allow global temperatures to increase by more than 1.5 degrees.
No. St. Vincent, Grenada, hold it down. St. Kitts and Antigua, hold it down. Martinique, Jamaica, hold it down. Dominica, yeah, hold it down. In the Indian Ocean, hold it down. In the Pacific Ocean, hold it down. From Mama Africa back to St. Lucia. 1.5 to stay alive. Caribbean people are survivors on the line. We can't afford to waste time. That's 1.5 to stay alive. We should be no warning. Then we come together to fight against global warming. Hold it down.
Say we can make a change, save the world, save the world.
Climate change is something real. Long period of drought, intense hurricane, we are going to have sea level rising, and we are going to have ice sheet melting, you understand? So it's need for concern, it's need for urgency. When we don't mash up the reef, then we can have protection for ourselves. Protect the reef and it protect us. You see, when we litter the river, it's bad for the corals, them polluting the corals. So we're going to have better coral, better reef. We can get protect from storm surge. You won't get a great impact. So when you keep your pollution disposal at a proper place, it's better for us. We have to know how we are dispose our garbage on the street. Because what you dispose out there, it end up right on the dinner table. Protect the reef and it protect us. If you spit in the sky, fall in the eye. Long time old people are telling these things.
Climate change is real. Save the world, save the world. Talking to every boy and every girl and people all around the world. Say we can make a change. Save the world, save the world.
Because of climate change, now we have more drought, more storms, more different changes in the weather. Our farm can adapt to drought. We have the drip irrigations that can facilitate us with water if there is limited amount. It also can adapt to storm. If there's a hurricane coming, the structure is strong enough that it could prevent the wind from entering to the greenhouse. It also can adapt to flooding because we have some gutters that are designed to remove the water from entering the greenhouse and store it into the pond. As you can see at the side of the greenhouse, there's a white mesh and it is very thin. It prevents the hard amount of wind, that is the rush wind itself, to enter into the greenhouse to stumble the plants. Also at the top we have a white plastic that's also preventing the wind from coming down inside the greenhouse and also to damage the plants. The mesh helps to prevent the pests out and also keep the animals and other bacteria that is not good for the plant out of the greenhouse. What we have here is fully organic, no chemical, nothing. If we have, for example, somewhere has been torn or the doors keep open and some bugs flying or pests, all of it is being cured by hand. After a storm, our ability to replant or restructure our greenhouse is far much easier than a person that have their farm outdoors. So we can pick a bounce back if there is something caused by climate change.
Protected farming is the way to go.
Climate change is real. Save the world, save the world. Talking to every boy and every girl and people all around the world.
If I tell you that the world is going to end, you would probably laugh and make fun of me. You would say there is no such thing as us poisoning the ocean, so vast and so large. Yet you are quick to believe in war refugees of ISIS and Boko Haram, but the piercing cries of climate change refugees fall 6 feet short of our unsavory graves, lies buried in the tombs of our greed and desperation for money. MNCs exploiting the earth at the cost of SIDS, yes, multinational corporations or MNCs, threatening the very survival of small island developing states or SIDS. See, whilst governments and CEOs hide behind bureaucratic sunglasses, diplomacy and respectability, the satire lies in wait when the chemistry of technological advancements is unescapable. Carbon footprints stamped over official seals and enveloped to filter through echelons and hierarchies, heads of states and monarchies. Almost 90% of the world's energy comes from natural gas, oil or coal. A cost we pay with trees instead of gold, with coral instead of pearls, with dreams instead of goals, with kids instead of olds. Remember Typhoon Haiyan in the Philippines? 7,300 dead or missing souls. Is that too far from home? Then do you remember Superstorm Sandy, Hurricane Katrina, or the Europe summer of 2003 when a heat wave was directly responsible for over 14,000 deaths? Is that still too far from home? Let me tell you where home is. Tropical Storm Erika devastating Dominica, costing more than 90% of the country's GDP. Hurricane Ivan reshaping the landscape of Grenada, Cuba, and the Cayman Islands. Hurricane Thomas flushing St. Lucia. Lives lost and economies stuck in recovery mode. This is home. We have Category 5 hurricanes, extreme weather, reduced food production, and rising sea levels. The ocean, our largest carbon sink, is now screaming because excess CO2 is making it acidic. Such irony. Biodiversity lost with coral reefs, thousands of species lost with the Amazon as our rainforests become deserts, our rivers become ravines, water sources become mud trails, ecosystems become new pages in history books as trees are ripped to make paper, scraped in lieu of pharmaceuticals. I can think of 1.5 reasons to keep this earth breathing, or show you what nearly 1.5 thousand new cars daily in the streets of Delhi can do to a little child in Samoa inhaling air with carbon he or she did not put there. 1.5 to stay alive. This is a global warning. Seeds catch the cold when the world does the sneezing. Goodbye sandy beaches, tropical fruits and cities. Life now in seeds is measured in degrees Celsius instead of academic degrees. As the world meets to concede a 2-degree tipping point, lives in these countries have long reached their breaking point. Maybe you'll better understand when there's no more rice and no more wine, no more bees and no more butterflies. 1.5 to stay alive, but at the rate we're going, Castries, Bridgetown, Kingston, Georgetown will be underwater and cut off with no airports and no harbor. Marshall Islands will be fighting like martial artists to be remembered as once existed, and tradition will be lost with egos in the melting caps of the Arctic and the Antarctic, and the rising sea levels of the Atlantic and Pacific. Or maybe, when the world comes together again, After the achieved rise of 2 degrees, people like me would be standing before the UN to remind them of countries that once existed, lives that once thrived, and cultures that drowned with global warming, economies that could not survive beyond 1.5, like Antigua, Bahamas, Bahrain, Fiji, Haiti, Jamaica, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, Singapore, Tonga, Trinidad and Tobago, Tuvalu, Vanuatu, and many other islands begging, pleading, bleeding, crying, needing for the world to be selfless and not selfish, needing for a world that is caring, one that unites, one where all lives matter, a world where a global temperature rise of more than 1.5 degrees Celsius is just a dream. Help us build that world. 1.5 to stay alive.
Say we can make a change, save the world, save the world.
Climate change education is very important.
We know that as older people, we are on our way out. And they are the ones who are here. And they are the ones who are going to take our place next 10, 20 years from now.
We have to ensure that we educate them as to what was, what is now, and what the future will be like. The future doesn't hold too many bright prospects unless we as a people and people in the entire world change certain practices.
So for those persons who used to waste the water, those persons who used to throw their garbage in the drains or on the road, if we educate our young ones now, I think that it would be better for not only their communities but also for the country, to resist against climate change.
We can now rely less on fossil fuels and more on renewables such as solar or wind energy. And students realizing this now can adapt more to these things. The students nowadays, they are having to think really critically to solve these problems rather earnestly. And as a result, there will be opportunities for them. And they have to learn to adapt to these changes in order to be able to live a comfortable life with their families.
Climate change is real. Save the world, save the world. Talking to every boy and every girl and people all around the world.
After 30 years, the time machine is finally ready. Are you ready, my dear?
Don't need to ask me twice. Flip the switch.
I'm sending you to the year 2045. This is strange. I'm getting a distress signal. Let me bring her back.
I'm not going back there. My goodness! The future is terrible. Climate change has caused this. Look, I have pictures.
Oh gosh. We need to act on this to change the future. It's not too late. We need to start taking better care of our environment. If the increase in global temperature goes beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius, the impact will be disastrous. Oh boy, we need to do something.
Say we can make a change. Save the world, save the world.
Climate change is my business. Make it your business. Back in the past, we normally have clean air to breathe. Our sea lines were okay. We have beaches. We have lush green forests. And now all of that are declining.
Well, climate change is my business. Not only an artist, but a farmer. So you know what I'm saying, longer droughts affected me a lot.
Climate change is my business. I farm chicken and climate change has made me lose a lot of chickens because of the heat of the time.
Well, I farm peppers, sweet peppers, I farm tomatoes, I farm callaloo. Because normally like when the rain falls, you know, the crop's more thick and heavier. So the rainwater is very good, and from what I'm not getting no rainwater.
Our temperature is getting hotter, and that makes it dangerous for human. And once it's dangerous for human, that means it's dangerous for me, and it's dangerous for my family. Once it's dangerous for my family, then it becomes my business because it becomes personal.
If I eventually cut a tree, I replace back one. And the environment, I make sure that I keep my environment clean.
If I see someone throw away a plastic, I'm like, no, that's not right. That's affecting human society. So you know what I mean? When I go out, even me, even if me I eat food and normal me used to dash my plastic back and no, I find a bin. The bin could have the 300 miles, me I find it and walk and drop it in there. Yeah, change my behavior a lot, me not lie.
Climate change is for me business, so make it be your business.
Climate change is real. Save the world, save the world. Talking to every boy and every girl, and people all around the world.
When I return to my home in St. Lucia, I can look back fondly and proudly on my 2 weeks in Paris and know that together with a group of hardworking and determined men and women, I helped create history. A history that will ensure that my island and our planet will have a more certain future. My country, St. Lucia, is very proud and pleased to associate itself with this historic Paris Agreement.
And that radical idea was 1.5 degrees, that we would actually get 1.5 degrees Celsius reflected in the text of the Paris Agreement. Nobody thought so. Everybody thought that the world had settled on 2 degrees Celsius. Understanding that we're facing a crisis, and unless we do something now, this crisis will get worse, and it'll get worse to unimaginable proportions. Once we've reached these tipping points and these things start to happen, then there really is almost no turning back. And it will not be the sort of thing that you will get vaccines from Pfizer and AstraZeneca and Johnson & Johnson to inoculate you again, or to cause a reversal. Last year, for example, when as a result of the unprecedented shutdown in the global economy, we saw a record 7% reduction in global carbon emissions in 2020. That had absolutely zero impact on the temperature of our planet. So 2020 was actually tied for the warmest year on record. And if we look at the warmest years on record since we started measuring this in 1850, the 7 hottest years have been the last 7 years. But first in the Caribbean and in SIDS and in vulnerable countries, climate vulnerable countries, it's not an esoteric discussion. It's a life and death situation. I can walk you through parts of my country and show you how the ecosystem has changed so dramatically in the last 15 to 20 years. The 2 degrees Celsius warming in St. Lucia shows the entire peninsula of Beaufort being cut off. So what is now Uwanora International Airport will be completely submerged. That's what the model is showing. So these things will cause serious changes to these countries, to the landscape of the country and to the lives of the people who live in these countries. When we went to Paris knowing that we had an entire region behind us. So we went into COP21 very well prepared. In fact, St. Lucia hosted a series of meetings in St. Lucia with the assistance of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, Climate Analytics, to really get our negotiators and our ministers on the same page, to understand what the issues were and to arrive at a common position. We also, St. Lucia was also part of something called the High Ambition Coalition, St. Lucia and the Marshall Islands. And this is something that was spearheaded by my friend, the late Tony DeBrun, the foreign minister of the Marshall Islands. And this High Ambition Coalition kind of grew in strength from meeting to meeting. We had our first meeting in Paris in July of 2015. That allowed us to get a grouping of countries together who were committed to an ambitious Paris Agreement. Society was mobilized and supported our cause. This is actually in one of the halls at Le Bourget. Caribbean Youth Environment Network, they came on board. They pushed this 1.5 to stay alive throughout all their chapters, and they were involved and committed all the way to Paris. Some of them actually came to Paris as members of the respective country delegations, and they were there attending the meetings and also networking in their own way. So our artists supported our work, and these are actually two of them, Aaron Silk of Jamaica and Martinez of Belize, who actually traveled up to Paris with us and made that Caribbean booth, that Caribbean pavilion at COP21, one of the most interesting, most visited booths, and allowed Caribbean people to hear about climate change from people other than the usual technocrats. Those were Caribbean people who were artists, journalists who were putting climate change in their own words and helping to get the message out. And I think that really helped to mobilize the Caribbean community in a manner that had never been done before. The other thing we did was we used the international media to tell our story to the world, and actually made a deliberate effort to speak to every international media house. And that was important because it helped us to get the international world to understand just how important these negotiations were to us. So really the big message is that the climate is changing. Are you? Are we? We've been changing slowly, but we need to change a lot more quickly. So I would like COP26 to be an action COP. We really must see at COP26 an understanding that time is running out. That, as WMO has said, as the World Meteorological Organization has said, in a few years' time, we'll touch 1.5 degrees Celsius. Now, that doesn't mean we will stay and go and continue to rise. What happens now will determine whether we can keep that curve at 1.5 or whether we continue marching inexorably towards 2.6 or 3 degrees Celsius. So what can we do? Well, we have to intensify the diplomatic pressure on developed countries to dramatically curb their emissions of greenhouse gases. We have to actively encourage developed countries to increase financial support to climate vulnerable countries. We have to invest in adaptation interventions. Unfortunately, these adaptation interventions cost money, which is why mobilizing the funding is so important. We have to pay special attention to the needs of the most vulnerable because they're the ones being most impacted by climate change. Increase public awareness and education on climate change and its varied impacts. But we must continue to lead by example. It adds moral authority to our arguments and it is economically sound. And that's where RMI, Rocky Mountain Institute, comes in, because all of our countries have established renewable energy targets, some much more ambitious than others. And that's even with them being minuscule contributors to both global greenhouse gases. Have to continue making noise, continue preaching that yes, we can do better, but also letting people know what they can do better. Decarbonization is as important for small island developing states for economic grounds as it is for developed countries for climate change grounds. Because if you give us the means to increase our economic output, if you give us the means to improve our economic viability, then there's certain things that we can do for ourselves.
How could you know what you knew? And yet still you all left happening.
How did we reach where we are? 1% with their lies and power.
Their system of greed is cannibalizing our mother.
Things and more things. How the system keeps going, selling us
what we don't need. Feeding the giant that's growing. 1.5 to stay alive.
Hey, 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 hey. 1.5, we can survive.
We can survive. Hey, 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 hey.
1.5, we all can thrive.
And I say, spread the word.
1.5, we still can thrive.
1.5.
Hey, 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 hey. So we
have reached
where we are.
Where we are.
Some say it's
too late for turning.
Poison in the air, sea and land, and the body of our mothers burning.
our children
of our children
and children of our children.
Look into our eyes with a question. How could we know what we knew back then?
It's just too late.
And still let it happen. Some are saying it's just too late.
That it's too late.
Total extinctions are fate. But we've not reached the end of the road.
Is a degree of a fraction of hope.
1.5 to stay alive. Hey, 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 hey.
God.
1.5, we all can thrive. Hey, 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 hey. Spread the word, we still can thrive.
We all can thrive.
1.5, we still can thrive.
To stay alive.
We all can thrive. Never like this before. Every day brings a sign and a wonder. Disasters and profits go up. People and countries go under. Justice on earth needs to go hand in hand. A system that serves we demand.
1.5 to stay alive.
1.5.
We survived it.
Until then,
we can survive.
The order we live in must change. People must come before profit.
1.5.
1.5.
We're greening the system for now, but sooner than later must change it.
Say we can make a change. Save the world, save the world.
We're at Key Rocky Point. This is the place where most of the people who evacuate to the scheme have to evacuate from because of the sea coming in. This is the result of building on the seaside. Yeah, it's not safe. And it's a waste of money too, because look, it's not any rich people that build this, a poor people house. But the sea want back its place. Look at the houses there. We have houses that sea come into. So it's hard to predict when it's gonna come or when it's not coming. This was a dance hall before, where we used to come and party. If you look and see, you can see the sea mark all over. It come up when it feels like. I was here in Ivan and whoa, that was the one, the terrible one that make everyone have to leave. All these houses full of water. Yeah man, the sea come way up. Look how much money this guy spend on this year. You understand? But it's no good because you can't beat the ocean. No building on the sea coast. Sea level are go rise, and your home is a prize. Listen to me, don't build too close to the seashore.
Climate change is real. Save the world, save the world. Talking to every boy and every girl. People all around the world. Say we can make a change. Save the world, save the world.
Climate change is my business because we need food and food need rain. Without rain, the crops don't grow. Climate change, changing the weather pattern, that we having less rainfall. Without rain, foods don't grow. So climate change is my business because we need food and food need rainfall.
Climate change is my business because I live in this world and the climate change is affecting it very, very badly. So make it your business.
Climate change is my business because, as you can see, we're losing Jamaica. We're not talking about the world, we're talking about little Jamaica now because we're losing the beaches, yeah, we're losing our reefs, yeah, even the corals because of the hurricane and all of that. So climate change is my business.
First and foremost, I've been planting a lot of trees, mango trees, ackee trees, mostly food trees. So that's what I'm basically doing right now. And I'm letting people be aware of the effects of not planting a tree and the effects of cutting down a tree, the effects of throwing garbage in the river, garbage in the sea, and just everything on our own.
So far, I'm helping clean up my community. As a matter of fact, we have a plan right now, a couple other artists. We're gonna come together and clean the drains on Labor Day. So we're doing a couple steps to make it a better world with this climate change thing, so we're fighting climate change.
Mother Nature yearns for life, the more the factories burns. She cries, when will we learn and be wise? The more the ice cap melts, sea rise. Mother Nature yearns for life. It's getting even harder now to survive. Disease outbreak, mosquitoes and flies. Cultivation dying in front of her eyes. Climate change is my business. Make it yours.
Climate change is for my business. Make it for your business.
Make sure for your business.
Climate change is real. Save the world, save the world. Talking to every boy and every girl and people all around the world.
J'invite maintenant la COP à adopter le projet de décision intitulé Accord de Paris qui figure dans le document. Je regarde la salle, je vois que la réaction est positive, je n'entends pas d'objection. L'accord de Paris pour le climat est accepté.
The United States will withdraw from the Paris Climate Accord.
At the edge of rising water, we sing for our future.
Look out to where the sea meets the shore. I can tell you the sea is hungry, eating up our beaches more and more, swallowing our beloved country.
The air so hot above our land, poisoned with emissions.
And most of that is not made by us. They blow in from much larger nations.
Systematic toxicity, overeating our land and sea. Our waters rise to your economy, threatening our lives degree by degree.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
1.5 to stay alive.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5. No,
bring it down.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
1.5 to stay alive.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5. Before we're all gone.
I think of all these figures and facts and try and see into the future. I see the crops die and the rivers dry. There is drought and rising seawater.
I see our people fighting for food in islands that used to grow plenty. This future's not far away unless we are bound by a treaty.
Even though we can sympathize with struggling countries and their enterprise to lift their people up from mud to the skies, will you be with us when our waters rise?
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
1.5 to stay alive.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
Bring it down, bring it down, bring it down.
I think about the suffering of the poor, the ones who are the most defenseless, the high and mighty ravaging the earth. They repay the price of progress. Economy is hot from burning oil. The rich on an eco rampage, destroying the lives of the poor. They refuse to pay loss and damage. The signs are here, we can't ignore. The wave of climate change have reached out.
Your half measures are killing the poor. It's climate justice we're fighting for.
Climate change affects every country, every sector, every community, every person. It has now become a matter of life and death for us in small island developing states. We need urgent, decisive action to protect our lives and our livelihoods. The longer we delay, the worse it gets.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
1.5 to stay alive.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5. No, bring it down. Don't let it rise more than 1.5.
1.5 to stay alive.
Don't let it rise more than 1.5. Before we're all gone.
Monsieur le ministre de Sainte-Lucie, cher James, tu as la parole. President for Swaziland, UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon, COP21 President Laurent Fabius, UNFCCC Executive Secretary Christiana Figueres, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is with a deep sense of pride and gratitude that I take the floor on behalf of my country, St. Lucia, and the Caribbean community, CARICOM, for which we hold lead responsibility for climate change and sustainable development. The government of St. Lucia and the governments of the countries that make up CARICOM applaud the process that has culminated in the production of the Paris Agreement that we have just adopted. This has been a resounding triumph of multilateralism. You employed an inclusive, transparent, party-driven mechanism that allowed every country, regardless of physical size or economic circumstance, to have its voice heard. Mr. President, I can confidently speak on behalf of my fellow Caribbean delegations when I say that perhaps for the first time in a long time, Caribbean and other states truly felt that our concerns were being heard at a COP. Our delegations witnessed a sincere interest to craft a fair, balanced, and ambitious agreement that sought to address the needs of the most climate vulnerable countries. From the visit of President Hollande to the Caribbean earlier this year to meet with Caribbean leaders, to the 3 informal ministerial meetings co-hosted in Paris by COP20 President Manuel Pulga Vidal and yourself, right through to COP21, there has been a genuine interest to engage, to listen, to discuss, and to find solutions. Mr. President, equally important has been the leadership and the guidance you have provided to this process. I speak with a little insider knowledge on this subject, having served on your team of ministerial facilitators. Your focus, your drive, and your empathy played a significant role in ensuring that we adopted this historic climate change agreement tonight. I also want to pay tribute to your excellent COP presidency team, and please forgive me for singling out Laura Stubiana for special attention. She has been a determined, indefatigable champion. There are elements in this document for which our CARICOM countries are grateful. The increased ambition of the agreement, as reflected by the reference to pursue efforts to limit the temperature increase to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels, is a significant achievement that has already started to resonate with positive vibrations throughout the Caribbean. The separate treatment of loss and damage in the agreement is a most welcome development. While I pulled these 2 elements out for special mention, we view this agreement not as a combination of separate articles, but as a total package that will provide us with the legal framework for protecting our ecosystems, our islands, our people, our cultures, and our planet. After 2 intense weeks in this beautiful city of Paris, of which unfortunately I've seen very little, I can return home to the citizens of my country and the Caribbean and reassure them that the world cares about them. I can tell the young people in our region who adopted 1.5 to stay alive as their mantra that their future looks much brighter today. Their future looks much brighter today than it did 2 weeks ago. I can say to the artists who have sung songs and written poetic verse on the need for urgent action on climate change that their voices have been heard. On a personal level, when I return to my home in St. Lucia, I can look back fondly and proudly on my 2 weeks in Paris and know that together with a group of hardworking and determined men and women, I helped create history. A history that will ensure that my island and our planet will have a more certain future. My country, St. Lucia, is very proud and pleased to associate itself with this historic Paris Agreement. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for giving me this privilege. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, James, et merci pour le bon travail que tu as fait. Et si tu dois rentrer vite à Sainte-Lucie, reviens à Paris rapidement. Je vais donner la parole maintenant au...
How could you know what you knew? And yet still you all left happy. Some are saying it's just too late. Total extinction.
How did we reach where we are? 1% with their lies and power.
Their system of greed is cannibalizing our mother.
Things and more things.
And more things. How the system keeps going, selling us
what we don't need. Feeding the giant that's growing. 1.5 to stay alive.
Hey, 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 hey. 1.5, we can't survive.
We can survive. Hey, 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 hey.
1.5, we all can thrive.
And I say, spread the word.
1.5, we still can thrive.
1.5.
Hey, 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 hey. So we reached where we are.
Where we are.
Some say it's
too
late for turning.
Poison in the air, sea and land, and the body of our mothers burning.
Our children
of our children
and children of our children
look into our eyes with a question. How could we know what we knew back then?
It's just too late.
And still let it happen.
Some are saying it's just too late.
That it's too late.
Total extinction's our fate. But we've not reached the end of the road.
Is a degree of a fraction of hope.
1.5 to stay alive. Hey, 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 hey.
God.
1.5, we all can thrive. Hey, 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 hey. Spread the word. We still can thrive.
we all can thrive.
1.5,
We still can thrive.
To stay alive.
we all can thrive. Never like this before. Every day brings a sign and a wonder. Disasters and profits go up. People and countries go under. Justice on earth needs to go hand in hand. A system that serves we demand.
1.5 to stay alive.
1.5.
We survive it.
Until then,
We can survive.
The order we live in must change. People must come before profit.
1.5.
1.5.
We're greening the system for now, but sooner than later must change it.
Yo, Alpha, Monster, this one is global. 1.5 to stay alive. Caribbean people are survivors on the line. We can't afford to waste time. That's 1.5 to stay alive. We should be no warning. Then we come together to fight against global warming. Yes, we can't afford 2 degrees increase. All the policy makers have to consider this. Yeah, we must keep it under 1.5. Climate change is a serious thing, so we got to do what is right and hold it down. The temperature, hold it down. It's too much heat, hold it down. Natural disasters on the increase, hold it down. Sea levels rising, hold it down. Mother Earth is crying, hold it down. We must do something now. 1.5 to stay alive. Caribbean people are survivors on the line. We can't afford to waste time. That's 1.5 to stay alive. We should be no warning. Then we come together to fight against global warming. Yeah.
We in the Caribbean and other island states across the Indian, Pacific and Atlantic Ocean are particularly vulnerable to the adverse effects of climate change. Although we contribute least to global warming, we are likely to suffer most from its adverse effects. So join the movement and let your voice be heard. We cannot allow global temperatures to increase by more than 1.5 degrees.
No. St. Vincent, Grenada, hold it down. St. Kitts and Antigua, hold it down. Martinique, Jamaica, hold it down. Dominica, yeah, hold it down. In the Indian Ocean, hold it down. In the Pacific Ocean, hold it down. From Mama Africa back to St. Lucia. 1.5 to stay alive. Caribbean people are survivors on the line. We can't afford to waste time. That's 1.5 to stay alive. We should be in a warning. Then we come together to fight against global warming. Hold it down.
After 30 years, the time machine is finally ready. Are you ready, my dear?
Don't need to ask me twice. Flip the switch.
I'm sending you to the year 2045. This is strange. I'm getting a distress signal. Let me bring her back.
I'm not going back there. My goodness! The future is terrible. Climate change has caused this. Look, I have pictures.
Oh gosh. We need to act on this to change the future. It's not too late. We need to start taking better care of our environment. If the increase in global temperature goes beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius, the impact will be disastrous. Oh boy, we need to do something.
1.5, stay alive.
Climate change is probably the most serious thing that faces our planet this century. This is the big monster that's going to change life on Earth.
Hopkins Village is my homeland. A village in peace.
If the increase in temperature for globally goes above 1.5 degrees Celsius, that the impact on our islands is going to be extremely harsh.
Global warming.
Corals like cool temperatures, and so when temperatures get very high, they become white and clear. They will starve and they will die.
Global warming. Alarming.
The science tells us what is required.
The main thing for the Caribbean and for small island states generally is that we want to see a reduction in the emissions of greenhouse gases. 1.5 to stay alive.
The land is gone. It's all washed away. The land is gone.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the first ever inaugural for the Youth Parliament for Climate Change Justice. We once again want to thank our broadcasters, JNN, Make a News Network, as well as the UE. Now we will proceed with the debate. I now recognize the Honorable Member of Haiti, the Honorable Woody Justice.
Teacher. And first of all, I'd like to thank Jack for listening to my life. And then I'd like to thank Dr. Fletcher for this good opportunity, and also the staff of the Caribbean Climate Justice, or the parliamentarians who are here, all the representatives, all the personalities, all the attendees, all the nations who are here, who are listening to me, Thanks a lot. Thanks for the attention that you're going to pay to my presentation. By the way, I'd like to send a special thought to the patients who are facing the situation in Texas. Tell them that they have to be strong because Haiti can rise again. So, who is just? And I'm going to miss from the State University of Haiti. And also, I'm doing work for USAID at Monix. I'm in USAID Welfare Student Project. My rate is to try to convert about 1,000 of households from the usage of, charcoal to the usage of, liquefied petroleum gases. These activities are to reduce the impact on climate. So today is a good opportunity for me to be here, as a parliamentarian, and together we're gonna talk about the climate justice. But I have a private support. I'm gonna share my screen with you so that you can see very well. Okay, I'm gonna share my. It's a picture. There's a problem. I can't share my screen. So Jimmy.
Okay, you should be able to share now, Woody. So what you'll have to do is just restart. See if you could share it and then just restart. Just double check that you can share your screen.
I can share it now. Okay.
Okay, all right. So what you should do is restart, so that we won't have that break where you couldn't do it. So just let me stop the record.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to thank God for introducing my life, and then thank Mr. Jimmy, Dr. Jimmy, for this good opportunity. And also, I'd like to thank all the attendees who are here, all the staff of the Caribbean Climate Justice, all the members, all the parliamentarians, all the Haitians who are listening to me now, all the people who are going to pay attention to my presentation. I say good thanks to them. By the way, I'd like to send a special thought to the Haitians who are facing the situation in Texas. I'd like to tell them to be strong because Haiti can rise again. So, Woody Just, I'm Haitian. I'm a graduate from the State University of Haiti, and also I'm doing a work for Monix at USAID Welfare Extension Project. My work is to try to convert about 2,000 of households from the usage of charcoal to the usage of liquefied petroleum gases. So these activities are to reduce the impact on climate. So I have a private support. I'm going to share it with you. So if I may again to share my screen. Okay, my presentation of today is about the impact of climate change on biodiversity. In this presentation, we're going to see the climate change definition. We're going to talk about climate change in the Caribbean region. Also, we're going to see the definition of the biodiversity. Also, we're going to see all the importance of the biodiversity in the Caribbean region. Also, we're going to take, for example, the biodiversity of Haiti, and we're going to see how climate change will impact the biodiversity, and we're going to see some predictions, conclude, and talk about some perspectives. So climate change, what is it? According to IPCC, climate change is a global temperatures and precipitations over time due to the natural variability or human activity. That means that when we are observing the climate, we could say that we have climate change is when, we see that there is rising temperature. or it's when we observe that the rising sea level. In this picture, that's a prediction of, about the sea level. So as you could see, now the sea level is here. But they say that they predict that in 2030, the sea level could be there. And also in 2050, the sea level could be there. So climate change is also more storms. Climate change is also more floodings. It is more droughts. It is also loss of biodiversity. What about the climate change in the Caribbean region? This table is about a small classification of some threats in the Caribbean region. As you could see, in red is the level of the climate change. The climate change has a score of 2.3 on a scale of 1 to 4. So that means that climate change has a high score. That means that climate change has a high impact in the Caribbean region. This map is, the position of island Caribbean, at the island in the Caribbean. So as you could see, the island in the Caribbean region are on the path of storms. And they say that Caribbean region is one of the regions of the world most exposed to cyclones. And also they say that we have more than 260 tropical storms before 2008. So as you could see, Caribbean region is really exposed to storms, to climate change, to natural disaster. Okay, we agree that we are vulnerable, but what about our residents? As you could see, we've lost our biodiversity residents. So that means that we are not residents. And the reason are because, we have reduction in population sizes, and we also have, impact of human being on our species. And as you could see in this histogram is about the level of natural disaster on different places. The first column in red is about the Caribbean region. As you could see, he's the highest column, the first one. So that means that natural disaster has a high impact on the Caribbean region. As an example, we have the case of Haiti from a study of, the University of Montreal. They said that Haiti is not resilient to climate change. Now, what is biodiversity? What the definition of it? According to the Convention on Biological Diversity, they say that the biodiversity is the variability of living organisms from all sources. The biodiversity is also the ecological complexes of these organisms. And also, the biodiversity is intradiversity, and it is also interdiversity. To be clear, the biodiversity is forest diversity, it is biodiversity, genetic diversity, race, plant, marine diversity. As a result, we could say that biodiversity is the diversity of biological population. Now, these pictures are some examples of the biodiversity in the Caribbean region. They say that the Caribbean region is an hotspot. That means that the Caribbean region is a geographic region with a significant levels of biodiversity. As you can see in these literatures, they talk about the importance of the biodiversity of the Caribbean region. The first says that the Caribbean area is one of the 34 global hotspots for biodiversity. And the second one said that a total of 90 key biodiversity areas, they say KBAs, have been identified in the Caribbean area. Okay, we don't only have a great biodiversity in the Caribbean region, but our species in this biodiversity is also endemic. Our endemism, in this region is about 70% of endemic plant. It is also 3.5% of the tribal species. It is 95% of reptiles, it is also 100% of amphibians. Now, the case of Haiti, what they say about it, about this, it is biodiversity. Now, they say that after Cuba, Haiti has with the Dominican Republic the most diversified in the Caribbean area. And also, according to IUCN, Haiti is about 36% of endemic plants. It is also, 75% of endemic animals. Now, this map is about the KDKs of Haiti. So this map is for Haiti, and in red, we have Haiti's case biodiversity areas. As an example, we have the Mary, we have Ile de la Tortue, which is an ascent. Okay, we have Massif de la Route, which is here, and also we have, Massif de la Selle, that's here, and also we have the northwestern part, that is one in. Okay, and they say that Massif de la Route has been officially recognized as the site with the largest number of aliens for zero extinction species in the world, according to BirdLife International in 2010. Now, we understand that we have a good or a great or a huge biodiversity in the Caribbean region. But what about the impact of climate change in our biodiversity? Climate change can disturb plankton population, as you could see here. Climate change is also coral bleaching. Climate change is also mangrove disturbance. You know that our coasts are protected, because of coral reefs and mangrove forests. And climate change can destroy them. Climate change is also species migration. For the species that migrate, when the condition of the area is a good animal, it can migrate. But for those that migrate, they're not immigrant species, what they do, they will be destroyed because of the climate change. The climate change is also loss of biodiversity, etc. So climate change has a huge impact on biodiversity. So we have to do our best to reduce the impact on climate change, so that climate change, would have impact on our biodiversity. Now, we have some predictions, and the world says predictions are more tragic than the current reality. For example, they say that Caribbean cycles are predicted to be intensified. They say that temperatures will rise, and also they say that temperature will rise, and also they say that Blue Mountains in Jamaica, it is an important place for biodiversity. It could be disappeared with climate change. And mangrove forests and also the wetlands in Peru and Jamaica, they are predicted to be disappeared with 1 meter of sea level. And for Haiti, they say that according to IPCC, they say that climate change is very likely to become very tragic for this country. Now, what do you think we could do facing this situation? The answer is action. See these guys, each of them also letter. For example, if the man with the letter A says that, okay, I'm not going to hold this letter anymore, they want the action. If the man with the letter C or T says the same thing, they want the action. So each of them must put a letter so that we could have action. That means that everybody has to do something. Everybody has, it's hard to do. Not only to be there, but we have to be in the right position. Because the man with the letter A could be there, but if he is probably after the letter N, don't be action. So not only we have to do something, but also we have to do it right in our position. So politicians, governments, students, universities, parliamentarians, all of us, we have to do something, okay? Because we don't have another planet. I don't know if you have another planet, but me, I don't have another planet to live. So I have to live. By the way, I'm wondering if probably a cross risk between earthquake or climate change, earthquake and climate change is not possible in the Caribbean region. What do I mean by that? You remember that the Caribbean region is on the path of storms. Okay. Did you know that climate change, but Caribbean region is also exposed to earthquake? Yes, it is. So imagine that. Our coasts are not protected because of climate change, but because climate change disturbs coral reefs and mangrove forests. Also, our coasts are not protected anymore. And you know that climate change is also rising sea level. Of course, are not protected. We have rising sea level, and boom, there's earthquake. What could be happening? Earthquake with tsunami is what? We have tsunami, we have earthquake, our coasts are not protected, so we could have loss of territory. So climate change is not only loss of biodiversity, but it could also be loss of territory. So what we have to do? As I said, we don't have another planet. We don't have another place to live. If we love our children, if we love us, if we love the children of our children, if we love the next generation, we have to do something. We have to act for them because they won't be able to deal with this climate change because predictions would be worse than the current reality. So we have to do something. If we love us, if we love them, if we love our biodiversity, we have to act sustainable. Thanks, sir. Okay.
At this time, we'll move on, and I recognize the Honorable Member of Jamaica, the Honorable Unique Palmer.
To our honored guests and my fellow parliamentarians, greetings. It is with great privilege I present on the topic, the importance of empowering communities in the battle with climate change. But, Mr. Speaker, what I want to know is, why is this a battle? Think about it. We see tons of pictures of bushfires in Cuba, rising sea levels in Jamaica, and an unbearable profusion of air pollution in the Eastern Caribbean. So really, why are we still battling climate change? I fear that my people of the Caribbean have the privilege to forget about the changing climate. Well, I have news. My people, we need to realize that Caribbean countries have contributed the least to greenhouse gas emissions. However, we are the ones being impacted the most. We are at the front line of the war against climate change. We suffer from longer droughts and more frequent flooding. In Jamaica, sea level rise is affecting many communities and coastal areas, such as Helsha Beach. Our very own Bahamas is not expected to make it past 2050. Scientists believe that most of Grand Bahama, including Nassau and the Spanish Wells, are projected to be underwater by 2050 because of climate change. Hurricanes are becoming more severe. One of the strongest hurricanes to hit the Caribbean, Hurricane Gilbert, caused damage in Jamaica in 1988. That was equal to 365% of the gross domestic product of Jamaica. In recent times, these monster storms like Irma, Maria, and Dorian have caused serious damage and loss of lives across our nation. Youths of the Caribbean, this battle ends with us. The fight for change begins in our community. In many of our communities, people do not know much about climate change. It is something that they have heard, but many of them may not be aware of how it is already affecting their lives and how it will play an even greater negative role in their future. It is very important that as young adults, we encourage safer and healthier practices among our community members. While doing so, let us also eradicate the negative influences set before us. In the fight against climate change, we should pave a greener path for our people to follow by cutting out our carbon footprint, encouraging our family members to eat little to no meat, and replanting and revamping our land. I can assure you that in the years to come, we can save our community, our country, our Caribbean, and our planet. Firstly, transportation accounts for nearly 25% of all global CO2 emissions, of which 72% comes from road vehicles. If you can reevaluate mobility, we can have safer and greener choices of transportation in our community, such as cycling and electric public transport. If 10% of your community population changes to cycling, this can save 4% of life cycle CO2 emissions from all car travel. Despite electric cars having chemically stored energy, they release this energy electrochemically without any kind of combustion. This means that there's no fuel being burnt and therefore no air pollution through CO2 while driving. Let us encourage our governments to source the energy to power these vehicles from solar panels, wind turbines, or even hydroelectricity, so our communities can have more affordable electric vehicles, convenient charging stations, and a space free of carbon footprints. Secondly, veganism is the practice of eating foods not derived from animals and typically avoiding the use of other animal products. Vegan diets tend to be rich in nutrients and low in saturated fats. Research suggests that the diet can improve heart health, protects against cancer, and lowers the risk of type 2 diabetes. Going vegan can be the single biggest way to reduce our environmental impact on the earth. Researchers at the University of Oxford found that cutting meat and dairy products from your diet could reduce an individual's carbon footprint from food by up to 73%. Meat consumption is responsible for releasing greenhouse gases such as methane, CO2, and nitrous oxide. These gases contribute to global warming. In destroying forest ecosystems, this process releases enormous amounts of CO2 in the atmosphere. Raising animals often require lots of grazing land. However, the intensive nature of this grazing land can lead to bare soil, which is then often lost due to wind or rain. As a result, lands become barren, waterways become clogged, and there is an increased risk of flooding. According to the UN's Food and Agricultural Organization, the meat and dairy industry accounts for roughly 14.5% of global greenhouse gas emissions. Furthermore, Paul McCartney once expressed that we have denied animals their right to life in numerous ways. We share this beautiful planet with other species, and in the same way as humans deserve the best chance to live, this should be extended to animals. Ultimately, the link between the meat industry and climate change is undeniable. There are numerous tuck shops, truck stops, and food shops in our communities. Through proper funding, if we can install at least one vegan food shop in our communities, this will be a start for a healthier, safer, and progressive vegan culture among citizens. We need to work with our farmer groups. They must practice climate-smart agriculture. Youths of the Caribbean, help us in advocating for a meat-free diet and a carbon footprint-free planet. Lastly, when the last tree is cut, the last fish is caught, and the last river is polluted, when the air is sickening, you will realize too late that wealth is not in the bank accounts and that you can't eat money. While the Caribbean is rapidly evolving, spending millions on developing large cities, numerous hotels, luxury apartments, and other infrastructures, how much is too much to spend when we are talking about saving the planet? If we can replant the thousands of trees lost yearly, we can rescue our communities and our earth. Trees play a vital role for people and the planet. Several studies have shown that the presence of trees and urban nature can improve people's mental and physical health, children's attention and test scores, property values in a neighborhood, and beyond. Trees are essential for healthy communities and people. The benefits that trees provide can help cities and countries meet 15 of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. This critical review provides a complete argument that trees should be considered an important part of the equation by world leaders and citizens as we collectively work toward reaching these sustainability goals. Heads of government, youths of tomorrow, citizens of the Caribbean, I am urging you to lead this army. No longer should we have to battle climate change. No longer should our communities be stripped of their lush vegetation and primeval trees. No, young people, we need to venture into the communities across our countries and educate people about climate change. This must be done at the grassroots level. We must target every community group, every sports club, every youth group, every senior citizens group, and explain climate change to them in a way that they can understand. We have to get them to understand how cutting down trees in the communities are making the impacts of climate change worse. We can win this battle. In essence, if we switch to cycling and electric cars, turn a new leaf to a healthier vegan lifestyle, and save our trees while replanting the ones lost, Mr. Speaker, I can assure we will see positive changes in our communities. We are the great battalion of climate justice. We are the change. Our forefathers had failed their mission. However, great warrior Dr. Jimmy Fletcher conjured a powerful fighting force to defeat this monstrosity of climate change. So to you, great warriors, thank you. I am honored to be a part of this historic army. Be it resolved that this inaugural virtual Caribbean Youth Parliament on climate justice requests that we increase our efforts to place human rights at the core of climate activism. We will do so by following the lead of youth, indigenous peoples, women, people living in poverty, people with disabilities, fisherfolk, farmers, rural communities, and other disproportionately affected groups who are leading the call for climate justice and against activities that damage the planet. As Honorable Shamar Wedderburn previously mentioned, climate change is like a lurking enemy, silently and steadily approaching to bring great destruction. And to that I say, there is still time to avoid the worst impacts of climate change if we take strong action now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member of Jamaica. I now recognize the Member of Belize, the Honorable Trina Palacio.
All protocols having been established, I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my fellow honorable members for allowing me to pledge my support to this resolution. What you are seeing on your screens right now in front of you, you see the region that we currently live in. A few moments ago, you would have seen different indigenous communities within this wonderful Caribbean that we live in. What you are seeing now on your screen is coastal erosion that exists within this region that we call home. All of this, all of this, all of this, all of this, we can look at, and we can definitely see and say what has been done to the region over the years due to climate change. So I'm no longer sharing my screen, and I will begin. Today, I come before you all to place emphasis on the impacts of climate change on the vulnerable populations of the Caribbean. Earlier, the honorable member of St. Lucia provided us with a quote. I had to steal it. Very short and sweet, your house is on fire. I may be butchering it, and I do ask for forgiveness. But what I take from this quote is our shared reality. Climate change has set our homes on fire. We see the fire. Oh, nobody's seen. We see the fire. We see the fire. But this reality, it's not simple. We understand the direness of the situation. We are aware of the life-threatening risks, the health risks, the livelihood risks, and all the other risks associated. But as a Caribbean, we are often overlooked. I would like to insert another quote, and this one is from a British Somali poet. Her name is Warsan Shire. She says, "No one puts their children in a boat unless the water is safer than the land." While that poet may have been speaking about asylum, please allow me to contextualize her words. Vulnerable populations have done and continue to do what they can to survive under the circumstances they are presented. To bring in that same house on fire, their lives continue to be disproportionately impacted by climate change. And we must do our part to provide equitable resources and opportunities to our disadvantaged brothers and sisters. When considering vulnerability, we understand that as a region composed mainly of small island developing states, the Caribbean remains vulnerable to the effects of climate change. As many of my colleagues have said already, our region, we don't give a whole lot towards climate change. We don't have the same harsh effects that other people and other countries may have. However, we are the ones who pay such a big cost as it relates to this. As such, I must distinguish those groups most disadvantaged within our individual territories, because while we are all disadvantaged and while we are all vulnerable to the effects, there are people who feel it more than you and I may. So I implore you to look deeper and bring the forgotten to the forefront of your mind. These groups are often rural citizens, low-income citizens, citizens with disabilities, minority groups, which are oftentimes indigenous peoples, and again, rural citizens, women and children. Our individual lives are built on a series of intersections, which shapes the unique experiences of each citizen and how they navigate the world. So, as a result, many people occupy multiple spaces in these categories. What do I mean by that? You can be a rural citizen, you can also be indigenous, you can also be someone with a disability, you can also be someone who has no income at all. And then where do you stand on that scale? Are you just as disadvantaged as somebody who perhaps had to take a loan to go to university when you cannot even have access to loans? You cannot even have access to credit and so forth. First, we also look at different things, such as changes that can be made. We also talked about earlier, we also talked about people who would be able to access different kinds of loans so that they can create more sustainable societies. But vulnerable populations don't always have that. They might not always have access to credit. They might not have access to income. They might not even have a own home so that they can live in. So again, I implore you all to look a little bit further today. I want to push your mind to a part of society that maybe on the average daily basis you don't think about. I would like to commend my colleagues for touching some of the intersections I must touch on today. Thank you, Honorable Member of St. Lucia, for the insightful commentary on the impact of climate change on youth, as young persons are definitely a vulnerable group. To the Honorable Member of Barbados who spoke on the impact of climate change on health, thank you again, because those with potential and existing health issues are extremely vulnerable. There is no question that we in the Caribbean have suffered disproportionately from climate change, which continues to decrease the quality of our lives. And as such, it increases the chance for us to get many different diseases. And of course, the honorable member from Jamaica who spoke on the importance of empowering communities in the fight against climate change, since the onus of that is to uplift these vulnerable communities. I believe my colleagues have highlighted many of the groups we consider further disadvantaged by the effects of climate change. As such, I will ask for your indulgence as I focus on the urban, rural, and indigenous and low-income citizens within this region. The rural population is known in the region for lower educational attainment, lower average monthly household incomes, lower level of consumer spending, which may be a result of their lower incomes, higher poverty rates, and higher rates of unemployment. Agriculture is considered the main source of employment in many rural communities. As the honorable member earlier spoke of, the honorable member who is from Bahamas, he spoke about the impacts of climate change on our tourism and our agricultural sectors. And again, these are sectors which most and many vulnerable populations are highly dependent upon. So if we just think about that for 1 second and we think about what happens within our tourism and our agricultural industry, as we look at what is happening with climate change, then do we not think that the persons who are employed by those industries, and again, many times vulnerable populations, are they not affected a little bit more than other people? We have to also take into consideration that a lot of people in these vulnerable populations are heavily reliant upon the natural habitats for their source of employment and their livelihoods. We notice that these are all very relevant in our battle against climate change. And while conducting interviews with indigenous Garinagu in Belize, I had the opportunity to look deeper into the importance of factors like education, and not necessarily just in terms of degrees, but also education which implores our people to be able to utilize the natural habitats better, how to efficiently use the land, how to educate and monitor others who also utilize these resources that they do, how to arrest and do their part in the fight against climate change, how to revitalize their culture, how to uplift their children from impoverished lives, how to combat climate change issues such as erosion, mangrove degradation, which is prevalent in their coastal communities. Within the Caribbean, indigenous peoples mainly live in impoverished conditions within isolated communities. This can be seen in Belize, it can be seen in Guyana, it can be seen in Dominica, we see it in St. Vincent. Indigenous peoples are often far away from the regular parts of society. They have less schools, they have less access to resources. Even when they get resources, sometimes it is very limited. When they get these limited resources, it is a choice. Who is going to get that opportunity? Again, we look back at what Ms. Shire previously said in her quote. People put their children on the boat if they feel like it is better than the land. So what do you do? What do? You use the resources that you have. When we conducted some of these interviews with different indigenous groups, one of the things that came up quite often is some of the farming practices that they use. In Belize, the Mayans use a form of farming which is called slash and burn. Slash and burn, some people have said that it contributes to different carbon levels because wood is being cut, wood is being burned, etc. But some of these are very traditional ways of living, and how much in comparison to what is being done by other people who come into these communities and utilize these ecosystem services that are there for us, our future children. These people use these services on a large commercial scale, And oftentimes, we do not have the means to monitor them properly. We do not have the laws set in place so that we can even arrest those people in what they are doing against our own communities and our countries in the region. But when we look at some of these vulnerable populations, we are often swift with that rod of discipline to come for these people and look at what they are doing. Do they have logging license? Are they able to go into some of these protected areas? Are they doing certain things for themselves? Can they not decide of their own accord to make the necessary sacrifices for their children? Can we not look at them? Why are they so helpless? And this is what we are here for today. We need to look at these populations differently. We need to ask ourselves and go back to the drawing board and think about how to manage our resources and create an environment which is equitable for our members within our countries. We don't do it enough. We don't do it enough. So I come to you all here today, honorable members of this parliament, and I ask you to look at vulnerable populations within our countries differently and think about the ways how by passing what we are here to do today, how can we assist other people, the vulnerable populations in our countries? And by doing so, we are able to also create more environmentally sustainable countries, better worlds. I want to close off shortly. Of course, there is so much that we can say on this topic. There is so much, and there are so many groups that I can touch on, but I could go on until COVID takes me. However, I will close by using a term in Garifuna, and that term is amunyego. That term means in times to come. And when we think about in times to come, we have to ask ourselves, what is it that we are going to leave for our children? What is it that we are going to leave for the future generations of our countries? What are we going to leave for the vulnerable populations? And how are we going to assist them so that they are better able to help themselves? These are the questions I want you to ponder upon when we contemplate if we are going to move this motion here today. I thank you all, and I close.
Thank you, Honorable Member of Belize, and hopefully COVID does not take you. Now I recognize the Member of Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Kaisha Joseph.
Mr. Speaker, as I rise to make my contribution, please allow me to acknowledge our listening audience, my fellow parliamentarians, and of course, the members of the Caribbean Climate Justice Project and the Caribbean Regional Youth Council who has made this event possible. Today, at the very first virtual Caribbean Youth Parliament on climate justice, I stand in full support of the resolution as I will present my contribution on the impact of climate change on human rights in the Caribbean and other small island developing states. As it relates to the definition of climate change, the United Nations has defined the event as a change of climate which is attributed directly or indirectly to human activity that alters the composition of the global atmosphere. The United Nations has also stated that human rights are the rights we have simply because we exist as human beings. According to the UN, these rights are not granted by any state, but are rather universal rights that are inherited to us regardless of nationality, sex, national or ethnic origin, color, religion, language, or any other status. They range from the most fundamental, such as the right to life, to those that make life worth living, such as the rights to food, water, education, work, health, and liberty. Mr. Speaker, as I prepare to go deeper into my contribution, I need our listening audience to understand that this topic is not solely about me, nor is it solely about any other parliamentarian present today, but rather a topic about every individual throughout the region, as climate change impacts our right to water, our rights to health, and our rights to life. The right to water entitles everyone to have access to sufficient, safe, acceptable, physically accessible, and affordable water for personal and domestic use. However, I think we can all agree that this right has been breached on our islands. Just last year in 2020, my country's largest reservoir, Potworks Dam, was completely out of action for 2 months. Can you imagine not having access to sufficient water for your personal and domestic use? Well, that's a rhetorical question, because I know my brothers and sisters on each island can attest to the same situation at least once. But on a serious note, the drought in Antigua and Barbuda was severe to the point that Antigua and Barbuda Public Utilities Authority had to introduce a 2020 water conservation schedule. Just like Trinidad and Tobago, St. Lucia, Barbados, Grenada, and Jamaica, our schedule was designed to allow a fair rotation cycle, which gives suitable opportunity for residents to plan and consume the service accordingly. However, as a resident on the island, Mr. Speaker, I must be completely honest with you. There were many times when my village was scheduled to receive water, but never did. As a matter of fact, some areas were scheduled to receive water between midnight and before dawn, which meant residents had to forego sleep just to gain access to their human rights. Mr. Speaker, the drought was severe to the point where residents took it upon themselves to travel to other villages where their friends and families reside to collect water. Growing up, I have always heard that majority of the Caribbean islands are drought prone. I even heard stories about my country importing water from Dominica for survival. It then puzzles me as to why effective measures has not been put in place to combat this dreadful situation. And you know, Mr. Speaker, I hate to be the carrier of bad news, but if we don't address the issue of climate change now, as in today, our drought seasons will only get more severe as we continue to experience these dreadful heat waves caused by climate change. Mr. Speaker, according to the World Health Organization, the right to health for all people means that everyone should have access to health services they need, when they need them, and where they need them without suffering financial hardship. However, there is not much hope for persons to access health services during a natural disaster due to climate change. According to the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, most scientists think that the increase in the number and strength of hurricanes and storms that we've been experiencing in the Caribbean is because of global warming. The center has stated that Jamaica, for example, is affected by a tropical storm or hurricane every 3.8 years. Previously, Jamaica was directly hit once every 9.4 years. You see the drastic change? There is a difference of 5.6 years faster than before. Mr. Speaker, 5.6 years faster than before. Additionally, let me remind everyone of the devastation the Caribbean region faced in 2017. On September 6, 2017, my sister Barbuda was dismantled by Hurricane Irma, resulting in the loss of a life and evacuation. This immediately robbed the residents of their right to health, as the Hannah Thomas Hospital was completely wrecked and unable to accommodate anyone. The impact of Hurricane Irma on Barbuda was so vicious, Antigua lost all possible contact as the island went into complete darkness and distress. Mr. Speaker, it was only when the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, the Honorable Gaston Brown, arrived on the island by helicopter, the residents of Antigua found out about the hardship the youths, adults, and senior citizens of Barbuda endured on the sister isle. With hundreds of infrastructures destroyed, contaminated water, dead animals, and a dead body, the island was uninhabitable, risking the health of approximately 2,000 Barbudans. 2 weeks later, we were forced with a September to remember, as the island of Dominica was disrupted by Hurricane Maria, resulting in a death toll of approximately 30 individuals. Now, this was not the country's first time experiencing a hurricane or tropical storm that impacted their economy and threatened the population's health. However, this was the worst of them all. As the impact of the hurricane took its toll on the island, Residents were placed in discomfort with no access to health services due to heavy rains, which turned to flooded areas, heavy wind, and landslides, which resulted in blockage of roads, preventing freedom of movement. Mr. Speaker, I remember that night at home right here in Antigua. My family and I was following the weather in Dominica in any possible way that we could. I remember coming across various Facebook posts by the Prime Minister of Dominica, which left me in fear of the outcome of the natives of the island. A few days later, the Honorable Roosevelt Skerrit addressed the United Nations General Assembly on climate change, and I quote, "I come to you straight from the front line of the war on climate change. In the past, we would prepare for one heavy storm a year. Now, thousands of storms form on a breeze in the mid-Atlantic and line up to pound us with maximum force and fury." Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister pleaded for funds to convert Dominica into the first fully climate resilient nation with the construction of not only hurricane-proof buildings, but also a diverse economy. For that, I must commend the minister, as it is an action all small island developing states leaders should follow. The right to life can be defined as the right for each individual to live with dignity as human beings. Everyone should have the bare necessities of life, such as adequate nutrition, clothing, and shelter. However, the consequences we face due to climate change does not allow everyone to the right to life. In this case, let us examine the island of Haiti for a few minutes. Due to the change in the global atmosphere, Haiti is left to endure the impacts just like any other Caribbean island. But what makes them different from majority is the constant earthquakes they face, which consistently threaten the right to life. We all remember the devastating earthquake with a magnitude of 7.0, right? How it took the lives of 250,000 individuals and left another 300,000 injured. Mr. Speaker, that is more than Antigua and Barbuda's population. It is more than St. Kitts and Nevis' population. It is more than St. Vincent and the Grenadines' population. Caribbean residents, we need to take climate change serious. We need to take it serious. The earthquake ravaged the island. It even slowly robbed survivors to their right to life, as they were unable to live with dignity as human beings since they were deprived of adequate nutrition, clothing, and shelter. Imagine how the children felt. The parents, when they realized they could not do anything for their child or children. The senior citizens who could not do much for themselves. Mr. Speaker, how much more should they endure? How much more should we all endure? Let us not forget the earthquake which took place on August 14, 2021, which left 2,248 individuals dead, 12,763 individuals injured, and 329 individuals missing, with a magnitude of 7.2, surpassing the magnitude of the dreadful earthquake 11 years ago. I cannot even begin to express how awful I feel, knowing the actions of human beings has been contributing to the destruction of our countries and the threats to our rights. Mr. Speaker, as I close, I am making a request for our listening audience and all residents of the Caribbean region and other small island developing states to partake in climate activism. I am pleading on each of you to conduct further research to truly understand the importance of climate change and the vulnerability it has on our human rights. To the leaders of organizations within the Greater and Lesser Antilles, I am calling on you. Spend at least 3 months per year with your organization members, raising awareness on climate change and finding the most suitable methods to combat climate resilience in the Caribbean region. As a youth advocate and a member of the National Youth Parliament Association of Antigua and Barbuda, I plead to do my part too, my part to educate and create a positive change. Mr. Speaker, allow me to also call on the prime ministers and presidents of each small island developing states to not only implement, but to ensure that the relevant authorities enforce effective regulations and policies that will safeguard the environment and mitigate aspects that will contribute to climate change. We need everyone on board for a better future for our region. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I will end on this quote. Climate change is not an accident of nature, but rather the result of the actions caused by human beings. So I must ask, as human beings, why are we imposing threats to our rights? Here ends my contribution, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, member of Antigua and Barbuda. I will now call on the member of the Commonwealth of Dominica, the Honorable Gabrielle St. Hilaire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is my esteemed honor to make a presentation today in support of this resolution. As it pertains to the resolution being discussed today, I would like to address the Parliament on the issue of the impacts of climate change on international trade and investment. One of the most recent reports from the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change highlights that there has to be immediate, rapid, and large-scale reductions in greenhouse gas emissions. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that one of the ways in which our region can take urgent action is through the development of climate-oriented reform of international trade and investment. The resolution before us recognizes our particular and unique vulnerabilities in the region as small island developing states, and it emphasizes that climate change poses a clear and present threat to many sectors in the Caribbean region. Therefore, it's no surprise to us that our region is one of the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. The present threats posed to our trade and investment sectors alone have the potential to irreversibly stagger our development and involvement in the international arena. Our region is a hub for international trade and investment, and most of our Caribbean countries are also heavily dependent on foreign direct investment and international trade revenue. Yet still, most international investment agreements are often climate blind and do not align with the international climate goals that so many, if not all, our nations are party to. For example, at present, more than 3/4 of the number of international investment agreements were signed subsequent to the 1992 United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. Yet still, most of them failed to embed any climate provisions and objectives. Qualitative research from the OECD stipulates that the most notable direct impact of climate change on international trade is the effect on supply, transport, and distribution chains. Climate change will impact the availability of goods and crops for export, as well as airborne, seaborne, and land-based transportation. Rising sea levels and severe weather events and natural disasters would render ports and transport routes unusable, resulting in significant disturbances in trade. And where infrastructure that is essential to trade is damaged or affected in weather-exposed areas, the impacts will last longer for our region. Now, there is research that highlights the argument that climate change may create a unique situation in creating alternative trade routes through the availability of Arctic shipping as the polar ice caps continue to melt. But does this pose a benefit to us in the Caribbean region? No, it does not. World trade patterns may change as a result of climate change, but they are not benefiting us. They are benefiting northern countries who are threatened by rising sea levels, who are not threatened by rising sea levels or the increase in catastrophic weather, putting us in the global south at a disadvantage. Likewise, the impacts of climate change on international investment would be just as dire for both international investors and states. Assets and operations may be destroyed as a result of increased natural disasters, posing serious losses for investors and the loss of opportunity and development for states and their citizens. States may be deemed undesirable for investment, creating losses in revenue and overall development for countries. One report from the United Nations Convention on Trade and Development with regard to the climate change impacts and adaptation for coastal transportation infrastructure in the Caribbean highlights that small island developing states like ours share a number of socio-economic and environmental vulnerabilities that challenge their growth and development aspirations. So when these issues are posed, threatening our region's ability to thrive in international trade and investment, where do we go from there? International trade and investment ought to be directed away from high emission agreements and investments and towards the promotion of low emission agreements with provisions that grant incentives mainly to low emission investments and agreements. So, Mr. Speaker, we are calling on our governments and regional stakeholders to assemble their political willpower so that we are able to work towards climate smart, climate friendly, and climate oriented investment and trade reform. From academia to development centered think tanks and focus groups, we need to develop the research and capacity building so that we are well represented and well informed when discussing future resolutions on the importance of climate consideration in international trade and investment. This would also enable us to better appreciate and make key recommendations toward the research of international organizations such as UNCTAD and UNCITRAL. Private sector stakeholders also hold the responsibility of imploring our governments to make climate safe investments for our priority. Developed states at the forefront of climate leadership ought to initiate and foster negotiations to make necessary adjustments in their treaty networks. We should never underestimate the impact of climate advocacy, particularly for our small island developing states. To reiterate the point made by the member from Trinidad and Tobago, Honorable Christian Zakor, climate change is the ultimate sustainable development issue. Let me say this again, Mr. Speaker. The ultimate sustainable development issue is climate change. Thus, we need to look at the international trade and investment sectors through the lens of climate change and in extension through the lens of sustainability. Because, Mr. Speaker, what would the point be if a country receives billions of dollars in investments and enters into the most profitable trade agreements, but continues to partake in climate unfriendly and harmful trade and investment agreements? Mr. Speaker, will the investment and trade for the development of our country come knocking when there's no house there, let alone a door? What good does it benefit our region if we continuously support climate unfriendly investments and do not implore the international community to advocate for low emission agreements? We've heard it time and time again. Mitigation is better than adaptation. Prevention is better than the cure. Yet still, it is only until our Caribbean states are devastated by natural disasters, lives are lost, and investors are at a loss for millions and billions of dollars that the call for action echoes. But we need the call for action to echo now. And we need our regional governments and stakeholders to sound that call. Finally, I submit, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is counterproductive for countries, particularly in the Caribbean, to be party to international trade and investment agreements and treaties with investment provisions without ensuring that they meet climate and sustainable goals that they have signed on to. It is my belief that our region can only make impactful strides toward climate change, mitigation, and adaptation if public and private economic actors participate in policy development on the termination of high emission, climate irresponsible international investment agreements. What we needed to do is emphasize the implementation of climate friendly treaties with an emphasis on low emission investments. That is why I am fully in support of the resolution, that emphasizes the risks of climate change, which are too high for us to sit idly and not reassert our commitment to urgent and ambitious action on climate change to secure our collective future. Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament, if we do not vote in support of this resolution put forth by the leader of parliamentary business, in hopes that it will emphasize the urgency of the impacts of climate change on our small island developing states, then we are just as well signing a death wish for our region. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member of the Commonwealth of Dominica. I now recognize the member of Guyana, the Honorable Rayaz Narain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to address this House. Madam Leader of Parliamentary Business, Honorable Daniel Edwards, Honorable Members of Parliament, distinguished guests, special invitees, and those viewing via any platform available, a blessed afternoon. Mr. Speaker, I stand in firm support of the resolution put forward by the Honorable Leader of Parliamentary Business, and in this regard, I kindly ask the House to permit me to share my perspectives on this resolution, and more specifically, the Caribbean's foreign policies of member states against the threat of climate change. Mr. Speaker, please permit me to share a small slideshow with this noble House, with the hopes that the policymakers watching and the Caribbean at large are cognizant of the importance of the severity of today's issue that we are debating. The world is reaching the tipping point beyond which climate change may become irreversible. If this happens, we risk denying present and future generations the right to a healthy and sustainable planet. The whole of humanity stands to lose. These are the words of former Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Kofi Annan. Mr. Speaker, these images show the past, present, and future of the Caribbean if we don't start becoming a more hands-on set of people in regards to climate change rather than abstracted. The Caribbean is one of the least contributors to climate change and global warming, but we are and will face the greatest consequences in regards to our susceptibility to natural disasters. President of France, Emmanuel Macron, said, by polluting the oceans, not mitigating our carbon dioxide emissions, and destroying our biodiversity, we are killing our planet. Let us face it, there is no planet B. The last image you see there is to show the condition of Guyana for a country prone to flooding, to show how governments are many times negligent, not in creating legislation, since many exist, but in enforcing them, especially to larger corporations. Constantly blocked drains and poor garbage disposal are just as dangerous to climate change as is deforestation. Mr. Speaker, this is not just Guyana, but the reality of all states in the Caribbean in relation to preparedness to combat climate change. However, as the proverb says, don't throw stones when you live in glass house. Therefore, I use the image of my country compared to another Caribbean state. Despite the fact that this is not the state of the entire Guyana, but in the 21st century, it is still there, and more so in our capital city. What picture is that painting to the world? Although all countries, governments, and legislation, including my beautiful country, may have put in place policies to alleviate the threat of climate change, it is just not enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for permitting the House and the world through a virtual platform to see the effects of our carelessness in saving the planet that we are renting and do not own. Mr. Speaker, my name is Riaz Rupnarain, a national of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana and a youth of this era. I do not believe young people are the future. I believe we are the present. And I sit here very disconsolate as I listen to how my fellow young people have to beg and beseech the governments of the Caribbean states to take a more unalterable position on climate change. In 2019, at the 10th Head of State meeting of Caribbean communities right here in Georgetown, Guyana, the then Secretary General Ambassador Erwin LaRocque said, the threat of climate change hangs heavily in the consciousness of the Caribbean. Mr. Speaker, let me be pellucid. I am not for a second saying that the Caribbean states have not done anything in regards to climate change. But as the United Nations Assistant Secretary General of Political Affairs, Miroslav Jenkins said, we need to have a more concrete solution in combating climate change and not just policies. Mr. Speaker, I will first highlight some of the things that CARICOM states have done in the recent years in their response to climate change, whether it is local and or foreign policies. I will then show where we are lagging and some recommendations that can be used to combat this global phenomenon. Mr. Speaker, my comrades of this House, the National Oceanic and Atlantic Administration seasonal hurricane outlooks calculated an above normal season of hurricanes. In total, the 2020 season produced 30 named storms, of which 14 became hurricanes, including 7 exceeding 111 miles per hour. This is the most storms on record, number of hurricanes on records. In the 2015 United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Organization Science Report, they observed that this region, the Caribbean region, would be hard-pressed to deal with a major meteorological disaster and urged to take climate change adaptation more seriously. Mr. Speaker, we cannot say that we are not aware of the situation. Obviously, no one can prevent natural disasters, nor can remove it, but the devastation of them have increased over the years due to climate change. Mr. Speaker, CARICOM has mandated the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center to mainstream climate change adaptation strategies into the sustainable development agendas of CARICOM states and to help them to switch to renewable and cleaner energy sources and reduce their vulnerability to the impact of a changing climate. The Caribbean Community Climate Change Center has produced an implementation plan for 2011 to 2021 and undertaken a number of assessments. Mr. Speaker, many believe that climate change is just about the greenhouse gases and cutting down of trees, but for the Caribbean especially, it is so much more. Our emissions may be mined in the People's Republic of China, but when the effects of climate change occur, it will not loom over those states alone, but all of us. Mr. Speaker, based on the resolution, we recognize that small island development states are an urgent and special case in view of their unique and particular vulnerabilities. We observe that with global warming of approximately 1 degree Celsius, small island development states, including all Caribbean states, are being devastated by natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, I may sound like a broken record, saying one thing over and over, but Mr. Speaker, I have to beseech and plead with those we have elected to run the affairs of our states, that their role is more than an aesthetic, but a hands-on approach as we battle the common enemy of climate change. As Guyanese say, it is like throwing water on ducks' back. They don't care if Good Friday falls on a Sunday. Mr. Speaker, my heart aches when I sit and ponder on my future and the future of the coming generations. I cry my 1.5 tears for the Caribbean's foreign policies are so isolated. We need to scale up efforts to respect, promote, and consider the rights of children and young people in the implementation of the Paris Agreement at all levels. Mr. Speaker, we are all aware that foreign policy coordination is one of the guiding principles of CARICOM. No binding policy has not come out yet from this organization, which is surprising, based on the primary reason for the states signing the Treaty of Chaguaramas was to support each other as one. Former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Guyana, in his book Multilateral Diplomacy for Small States, Dr. Rudy Instanali said, by combining their individual strengths and unifying their representation, developing countries can and indeed have been able to maximize their gains. Mr. Speaker, we need to stop waiting on international conferences before we can return to our small states and ratify policies to support those international treaties. We should do it before. We shouldn't wait on statistics to rise, but work on lowering our temperature. Reggae icon Bob Marley said, emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but yourself can free your mind. We cannot wait for someone to tell us what to do when we know that it is inevitable. Let us be proactive. Wars, genocide, pandemic will not be our demise, but climate change will create a desolate future. When I think of this, the words of Guyanese poet Martin Carter comes to mind when he says, "This is the dark time, my love." This is not a partisan debate. It is a human one. Clean air and water and a livable climate are inalienable human rights. And solving this crisis is not a question of politics. It is our moral obligation. These were the words of the United Nations Ambassador on Peace in 2014, focusing on climate change, Leonardo DiCaprio, who also said, I play fictitious characters, often solving fictitious problems. I believe mankind has looked at climate change in the same way as if it were fiction. Mr. Speaker, everyone is feeling the effects of climate change. When we step outside, the Caribbean sun, the heat is killing us. We're sweating like a politician on election night. All countries are aware of climate change, but when it comes to actions, we shrug our shoulders and throw a blind eye. Mr. Speaker, there is evidence that small island development states and Caribbean states have initiated efforts to combat climate change, such as Guyana's Low Carbon Development Strategy of 2009, which is presently being resuscitated, our Environmental Act prohibiting the use of styrofoam containers in the food industry but has not been fully enforced, Belize's mangrove conservation project, which you work along with the World Wildlife Federation, Trinidad's national climate policy adopted in 2011, and even Dominica's ban on single-use plastic, but which as well was not fully enforced. Mr. Speaker, if after listening to all the other presentations made before me by my honorable comrades today in this house, and persons are still not moved or persons are not convinced of the severity of climate change, then all I can say is that we are dead, but we just shame for shut we eye. Mr. Speaker, in this climatostrophe, there is so much we need to do. Just as we come together on the road and party for days in Carnival, we can do the same to combat climate change. CARICOM, the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, and the Organization of American States need to produce a multilateral foreign policy for Caribbean states to work along with the Caribbean Climate Change Center, finding policies for Caribbean states to be held accountable for their contributions to climate change. We demand the courts uphold the rule of law and access to climate justice in domestic courts, and government climate policies, plans, and programs respect, protect, and fulfill human rights. Mr. Speaker, we inherited this problem, and we are in the midst of its consequences. And now, as young people, we are sometimes denied a say in the solution. Come on. That is like having a party and not playing soca music. It doesn't make sense at all. Mr. Speaker, we need to update policies, laws, and treaties to encompass climate change, and policies we use haven't been updated since Noah was a little boy. Mr. Speaker, we recommend the implementation of a global carbon tax to be added to major emitters of greenhouse gases, with the proceeds being managed by the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to address loss and damage of developing countries. Mr. Speaker, foreign policies need to ensure that the outcome of COP26 result in, Mr. Speaker, if the policymakers are unable to do this or be the beacon of hope that we want for our future, then they are free to exit their offices, and I am awaiting and expeditiously take those places. Mr. Speaker, for the past few days, I've been listening to the United Nations General Assembly, and as I listen to the cherry-pick quotes, anecdotes, and tasteful, for many, it was a farrago of distortion in regards to climate change. All was heard was a plate full of will, shall, and hope to do, but very little was said about what is being done. Mr. Speaker, I bring to your attention the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report for 2021, which states that in 2019, atmospheric carbon dioxide concentrations were higher than any other time in at least 2 million years, and 2020 was lower. Mr. Speaker, do you know why that is? It is because of the COVID-19 that caused the global shutdown. It significantly caused a reduction in carbon dioxide emission because everybody was forced to stay home. It allowed Earth to heal. And come 2020, we go straight back to our dirty ways. Mr. Speaker, these politicians are only concerned with our voices until elections. Imagine the ridiculousness of some countries cutting down mangroves for development without any sustainable development plan. With respect to this House, I had to contain my laughter when I found this out during my research. Mr. Speaker, I call on these policymakers. We are watching you. The youths are going to hold you accountable. And based on these parliaments, you should be cognizant that we will soon be taking your place. But until then, help us save Earth. We are renting it. It is not ours, and let us care it for you, for me, your children, mine, and theirs as well. Mr. Speaker, I conclude with the words of William Barclay, or we commonly known as Jamaican artist Alkaline, who said, "Enough of we there, so suffer a long time, but we never give up." Mr. Speaker, I call on this House to pass this resolution for the future of us all. And we will continue to hold our leaders responsible, and we will fight to ensure that they do all they must to combat climate change. We, the young people, are 1.5 ready to take up the mantle and clear the paths like a hurricane. I thank you.
Thank you, Member of Guyana. I now recognize the Leader of Parliamentary Business, Honorable Daniel Edwards.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, we have heard some excellent contributions today. We must all agree that the international community must provide greater support to the Caribbean. Our fragile economies are already suffering tremendously from the onslaught of hurricanes, storms, and floods. These economies will continue to suffer and decline as climate change continues unabated. Rising sea levels and severe weather events will render ports unusable in small island developing states in the Caribbean on the current path. This has serious implications for trade and tourism. Our vulnerable communities are already suffering from the displacement associated with climate change. One of our honorable members made the contribution for implementation of a global carbon tax, and I support this. Small island developing states, as we know, are not major contributors to climate change, yet we suffer the serious consequences of the climate crisis. Education must become a more central part of the global fight against climate change. Our foreign policy makers need to coordinate climate change efforts. The Caribbean region is one of the most water-stressed regions in the world, as one of our members pointed out, and climate change has worsened the situation. We, the honorable members of parliament, are calling on governments and regional stakeholders to promote climate advocacy and support sustainable development initiatives as a priority. This should be done with great urgency. Today's resolution must be adopted without delay as an important step in the fight against climate change. I urge our honorable members of parliament to vote in favor of this resolution. I urge our governments to provide the political will and create an enabling environment to support, pass, and implement this resolution and support our community's efforts to adapt to climate change and fight the climate crisis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Leader of Parliamentary Business. Members, the question put before us is that this Parliament adopts a resolution on climate justice for the Caribbean citizens and directs the resolution be submitted to the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, the organization of the Eastern Caribbean States Commission, the CARICOM Secretary, the CARICOM Development Bank, the CARICOM Disaster Emergency Management Agency, and other relevant regional institutions for action. All those in favor will say aye. All those against will say no. As due to the nature of this Parliament, I will be calling a division. Honorable Daniel Edwards.
I support the resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Boykin Smith.
I support the resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Christiane Score.
I support the resolution.
Honorable Shamar Wedderburn.
I support the resolution.
Honorable Said Gustav.
I support the resolution.
Honorable Gabriel Gay.
I support the resolution.
Honorable Pierre Crook Jr.
I support the resolution.
Honorable Khadijah Stewart. I'll take silence as an answer. Honorable Woody Justy. I'll also take silence as an answer for him. Honorable Unique Palmer. And I will take silence for her as well. The result of the division is 14 ayes and 0 noes. The resolution has been duly passed. I now recognize the Leader of Parliamentary Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move that Parliament be adjourned sine die.
Members, the question put before this Parliament is that this Parliament stand adjourned sine die. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. This Parliament is adjourned sine die. I will now pass it over to the Honorable, the Chairperson, Mrs. Lindra Pinnell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, everyone. At this time, I would like to congratulate our inaugural virtual Caribbean Youth Parliamentarians on climate justice for their excellent and inspiring deliberations and for being part of history by adopting an ambitious resolution on climate justice for Caribbean citizens. We will now end this historic parliament with statements from another group of influential leaders. The first speaker in the closing ceremony will be the Executive Director of the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center and himself a former climate change negotiator for Belize, Dr. Colin Young.
Greetings from the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, known as 5Cs. It is an absolute pleasure and privilege to join this distinguished group of Caribbean young parliamentarians to lend my voice and support and that of the 5Cs to the Caribbean Youth Parliament on Climate Justice. It is clear from the presentations this morning that you will continue to lend your voices and actions to be a clarion call for climate action and climate justice. The 6th assessment report of the IPCC makes it clear that your generation and future generations will inherit a world that will be increasingly unjust. A 1.5 degrees Celsius world above pre-industrial levels for us in the Caribbean is an existential issue. The ramifications are far too great for everyone, but particularly for the most vulnerable among us. The stakes have never been higher, the consequences of inaction never so dire. This is indeed the last decade for global climate actions, to keep the 1.5 temperature goal within reach. The time for talking, procrastinating, and half measures is over. As young people, you must deepen your resolve, demand new, bold, ambitious, and transparent actions now. In unity, there is strength. Thus, it is in uniting your actions and amplifying your voices within your countries, the region, and across the world, that you will be able to demand action and real representation. As young people, you must be at the table to influence decisions that are being made today that will determine the environment you inherit and the quality of your lives. Advocacy is more a marathon than a sprint. You must not lose hope nor become discouraged. Your resolve for climate justice must remain resolute. The 5 Cs, whose mandate it is to coordinate the region's response to climate change, is pleased to lend its full support to the Caribbean Youth Parliament and the Caribbean Justice Project. We are mindful that we must do more to create this space, an enabling environment to amplify your voices, champion your causes, and promote the ideas of our young people. It is for this reason that the 5 C's new strategic plan contains specific activities that aim to support climate advocacy among youths and build capacity and increase involvement of young people in climate resilient actions. The 5 C's pledges its unwavering support to your cause and call for climate justice, as both are just and indispensable to the socioeconomic prosperity of the region and indeed our world. Congratulations on delivering a most empowering and hopeful youth parliament. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Young, for your remarks. We will now hear from international climate law and governance specialist and former senior diplomat at the United Nations mission of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago, Ms. Rowena Haynes.
Really, congratulations on being your very first Caribbean Youth Parliament on Climate Justice. This is such a fantastic initiative, and it's really an honor for me to deliver some closing remarks to you. So I wanted to start off by talking a little bit about climate justice and what it means, and specifically what it ought to mean for young people, in particular in the Caribbean. So this term climate justice is becoming increasingly popular, but there's actually no internationally agreed definition. It contains so many different elements, some historical, backward looking, some future looking, some domestic, others international. I think for your purpose, I would want to focus on the future looking aspect of this idea. And by that, I mean this concept of intergenerational equity, which means the idea that as stewards of this great planet Earth that we all live on, it is our responsibility, each and every one of us, to preserve and conserve it for the benefit of present and future generations. Present generations in particular amongst our young people, who will undoubtedly have to clean up the messes that we adults leave behind. Unfortunately for you, we are already in the process of experiencing climate change. All of the latest scientific reports are quite grim. We are on track for an increase in average global temperatures to about 3 degrees Celsius, which quite frankly is going to make life extremely difficult and almost unlivable in all of our islands. However, there is some hope on the horizon, because the science also tells us exactly what we ought to be doing. And one of the key things that you all can do, which I guess you've already started doing through this fantastic initiative of the Parliament, is advocate, advocate, advocate. It is your personal responsibility to pressure your parents, your other family members, your members of parliament, your governments to do better on climate change. Really, as individuals, we all have to do our part. There are small things we can do, but the biggest thing you can do is get educated about this issue and use that knowledge to push for change. You can do it. Finally, I want to end by saying again, huge congratulations. I hear you guys are working on a climate justice type of declaration. I can't wait to see it. We're very interested in seeing what you have to say on this issue. I'm really sure we're going to be talking a bit about climate justice in the context of the upcoming COP26, and very much looking forward to what you would have discussed and the outcome that you would have agreed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Haynes, for these inspirational and motivational remarks. The Caribbean Regional Youth Council, CRIC, has played a critical role as a partner in this series of initiatives. Its participation has ensured that these events have truly been by young people, for young people. I am pleased to invite the CRIC Vice Chairperson with responsibility for resource mobilization, Ms. Anya Edwin, to deliver remarks on behalf of CRIC.
I bring greetings from the executive and the members of the Caribbean Regional Youth Council. Having sat through a full day's sermon, which emphasized the urgent global challenge with long-term implication that climate change poses, particularly to small island developing states like those within our uniquely gifted region, I could not help but notice how monumental a task before us that climate crisis is. The occurrences of unforeseen natural disasters which continue to wreak havoc on our lives and livelihoods, as well as the meritoriously articulated presentations from our youth parliamentarians, paints a real picture on what the task ahead requires. We are grateful for opportunities like the inaugural Caribbean Youth Parliament on Climate Justice, which amplifies the intelligence, talents, and skill sets of our young people, whereby bringing to life the importance of living in harmony with nature for future generations, or as we've come to term it, sustainable development. Moreover, to build a case on why it is important for parliamentarians or lawmakers to engage with youth in rhetoric and action, as we are rightfully obliged to be included in this matter of life and death. Our position has been clear, that while we continue to be at the forefront and frontline of a war we did not start, we must be equal partners and participants in the solutions. Therefore, our contributions as young people must be continued advocacy and engagement. I can never overemphasize, particularly ahead of the 16th UN Climate Change Conference of Youth and subsequently COP26, how invaluable it is for young people to be at the center of this conversation, considering that we will inherit a world that is disastrous to our lives and our livelihoods. The truth is, as advocates for change, we must call for a reconstituting of the global rules to ensure that as small island developing states, the world recognizes our inherent vulnerabilities and uses these vulnerabilities as metrics for the assistance which is due to us. We must recognize the need to adapt and mitigate by changing our lifestyles, by ensuring that we do the simple yet impactful things. Additionally, the real conversation must continue, and that is why the Caribbean Regional Youth Council was very elated to endorse this program, as our public education must increase. Young people must remain key in this public education campaign as both partners and participants, on the backdrop that people are more inclined to share the philosophy of adaptation and mitigation if it comes from among and within them. Notwithstanding though, now more than ever, the time is right to prioritize investments in climate justice interventions that will capitalize on the innovation of our youth to mitigate our climate challenges. Our dearly beloved stakeholders, particularly decision shapers and makers, we are tired of all these talk shops. Speeches, promises, and the likes are not enough. We need action. We need to actively engage young people in finding and being part of these solutions. Let us reassert our commitment to urgent and ambitious action on climate change to secure our collective future. And as for today's resolution, we can start by urging the parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change to ensure that the outcomes of COP26 result in the full and effective operationalization of the Paris Agreement. We must work together towards building a more resilient Caribbean that will adapt to the challenges posed by climate change. I conclude by expressing a special thanks to Dr. Jimmy Fletcher and his team, to our sponsors, facilitators, and guest speakers for providing our young people with this conduit to engage in positive change. I want to assure all of you that the Caribbean Regional Youth Council remains committed to the task at hand. And to my fellow youth advocates, I say, job well done and keep it up.
Thank you, Anya. In 2015, when Panos Caribbean and the Ministry of Sustainable Development of the Government of St. Lucia embarked on a civil society campaign called 1.5 to Stay Alive to amplify Caribbean voices for an ambitious Paris Agreement at COP21, one of the original artists who immediately put his hand up and joined the cause was accomplished poet and playwright Kendall Hippolyte. In addition to his powerful activism, which he has continued to this day, Kendall Hippolyte wrote the lyrics to the two 1.5 to Stay Alive songs that became the anthems of the movement. It gives me great pleasure to invite Kendall Hippolyte to do a reading of one of his poems.
Island poem. This island is struggling to write itself into a poem that cannot be erased. Waves are speaking themselves onto beaches, urging the sand to keep the lines hastily scribbled on spaces left in front of deck chairs. Inland, sunlight and shadow are printing cries of fleeing birds onto brown pages of the ground, bare after bulldozers rubbed out the italic writing of acacias, the punctuation marks of cactus. The narrowed eyes of spirit illiterate men squinted almost shut from scrutinizing watermarks on dollar bills. Have never read what Earth wrote here. This island, 238 pages of illuminated manuscript, was written in a language they have never learned. Foreigners to it, what they hope for is erasure. Bare, bland sheets of golf courses, roads that strike through verses of mangrove, raised birdless vegetation, no scrawl of a creature anywhere, only blots of small villas, large smudges of hotels. Landscape becoming an unlanguaging of Earth itself. It's why this island has to be rewritten now. In strophes of rewilded bush, whose names we are forgetting. Entangled long sentences of lianas that will overwrite block paragraphs of unfinished buildings from their failed schemes, rewritten in calligraphy of our bodies on every beach, inscribing ourselves across the margins made by hotel deck chairs, rewritten till it is wholly writ. We are syllables of words of a poem. This island is struggling to become We must listen, link our syllables, make us write words, rewrite this island. Land.
Our final speaker is the person who founded the Caribbean Climate Justice Project and is the driving force behind today's parliament and the prose, poetry, and photography competitions. Dr. James Fletcher is well known. He led St. Lucia and the Caribbean's delegation to the Paris Agreement negotiations in 2015. He was the ministerial lead for the Alliance of Small Island States on the subject of loss and damage. He was one of a small group of 14 ministers who were selected by the French president of COP21 to help achieve consensus on the contentious elements of the Paris Agreement. In recognition of his work, James Fletcher was highlighted by global optimism in Profiles of Paris, which acknowledged the international leaders who played a pivotal role in the adoption of the Paris Agreement. He is one of the authors of the Cambridge University Press publication, Negotiating the Paris Agreement, The Insider Stories, which will be released on Amazon at the end of this month. It gives me great pleasure to invite Dr. James Fletcher to address us.
Thank you very much, Leandra. And I must say thank you to the team. I mean, you've managed to exceed my very lofty expectations, if I can say so. I mean, I had very high hopes for this seminar, for this youth parliament being the first of its kind, and I honestly didn't think that it could have exceeded my expectations, but you really did, and I want to thank you for that. Why this parliament? Why the significance? Why did we have this parliament? For many reasons. In 2015, as Leandra said, I was part of the team together with Panos Caribbean that started the civil society campaign of 1.5 to Stay Alive. And that campaign was led by, as the name suggests, civil society. There were the various chapters of the Caribbean Youth Environment Network. There were artists, people like Kendall Hippolyte, Taj Weeks, and others that you encountered today. There were also journalists who came on board. And we were able to develop a very good coalition for the first time of Caribbean citizens who were interested in climate change and in the outcome of the negotiations. Usually what happens is that our negotiators go to these meetings, they spend some long nights, and I can give you some of the stories of the conditions under which they negotiate, because the Caribbean delegations are always small. We don't have the luxury of money to be able to bring large delegations to the Conference of the Parties, or the COPs as we refer to them. So whereas the United States and other countries can go there with large delegations and people can take turns negotiating, because there are probably 2 or 3 people handling legal, 2 people handling finance. In the Caribbean, you have the same person doing finance, probably also doing mitigation. What we have to do, and we do it quite effectively, is pool our resources together as the various countries and assign people different responsibilities. But even then, it's very difficult. But what I realized was that our negotiators, with everything that was on their plate, it was unfair to ask them to also lead a PR campaign to get Caribbean citizens involved and to understand climate change. And we felt, who better to do that than the citizens of the Caribbean themselves, and particularly the word that is so popular now, the influencers, the artists, the young people, the journalists. And unfortunately, after we had a very successful outcome to COP21, we dropped the ball and the civil society campaign ended. And I've been meaning to restart a civil society campaign for a while now. And, you know, last year with the pandemic, you have a little bit of time on your hands, you're not traveling. I figured what better time to start this than now. And that's how the Caribbean Climate Justice Project was founded, and why its first activity was really focusing on young people. And I'll speak a little bit about that in a while, but young people really will continue to be the focus. You will continue to be the focus of the Caribbean Climate Justice Project. This parliament is very timely. tomorrow, there will be a global climate strike where the entire world comes together to strike, to draw attention to what is the horror that is confronting us, the horror that the latest Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC report, pointed out, the horror that you will have to face as the people who will be running society, running governments, raising your family in the next 5, 10, 15 years. So there will be a global climate strike tomorrow that is drawing attention to that. And in a few weeks' time, the international community gets together in Glasgow, Scotland for COP26. So we felt there was no better time to have this series of activities than today, the eve of the global climate strike and just a few weeks before the COP26. Today, we've seen a richness of presentations. Every single presentation had me spellbound, you know, just listening to the ways in which you tackle the issues, your perspectives on it. I kept saying to myself, I kept remarking to myself, these young people need to be, you know, as your resolution very eloquently says, you need to be part of every single meeting, every single conference, and you need to be part of our delegations. You need to be the ones explaining to these crusty, stubborn negotiators from some of the developed countries why for them climate change might be an esoteric academic discussion, but for you it's a life and death thing. It's something that you're experiencing already. You know what Daniel and Gabby experienced in Dominica, first with Erica and then with Maria, what Boykin experienced in the Bahamas with Dorian, and every single one of you has had an experience with flooding, with heavy rainfall, with droughts. These are things that you're living. And listening to your presentations, I really saw how much of a disservice we are doing to ourselves as a group of countries by not having you at the table, by not having you part of the discussions, by not having you very forcefully saying what you want, the kind of, not just the kind of future, but the kind of present you want for yourself. And this is what today did for me. But I can't look at today in isolation because there's something else that we did as part of this Caribbean Climate Justice Project. We launched these 3 competitions, a photography, poetry, and prose competition. And I had the pleasure of reading through many of the essays that were submitted. And some of the essays are chilling, you know, chilling in your interpretation of the kind of future that is ahead of you. One of the questions was, how do you see the world in 2035? That's just 14 years from now. That's a world where you will be the leaders of society, the leaders of government. And some of the predictions there were quite scary, but not off target. You know, the question I think that probably moved me the most because of the poignancy of the responses was, what does climate change mean to me as a young person? And I wish, you know, one of the intentions is to put the winning entries of both poems and prose and photographs in a compilation called Caribbean Youth Perspectives on Climate Change. I would like to put almost every single one of these essays in there because how you articulated what climate change means to you, how you see the world evolving, these are messages that the entire world needs to see. So when I combine what I read in these essays with what you did here today, it shows me just how important a role you young people have, because not only are you influencers, you influence your parents, you influence your peers, but you are leaders in your own right. And I think the mistake we keep making is talking about the youth as the leaders of tomorrow. You're the leaders of today. What I saw there today were 15 leaders of today, not leaders of tomorrow. And you have to play we have to give you that opportunity to play your part so that you can really be at the forefront of decision making. You have to raise your voices. You started today. Please don't let today be the beginning and the end. You know, I'm hoping that today, after today, we have 15 very vibrant, relentless climate warriors who will not just work with us for the Caribbean Climate Justice Project, but will work in your individual countries, your individual communities, your individual spheres of influence to really get people to understand how important climate change is to you. And so I would like to see that happen. I would like to see you become the climate warriors of tomorrow. The Caribbean Climate Justice Project will continue. This is something that I'm giving my 100% commitment to. I want to thank the sponsors who came on board to make this first Caribbean Climate Justice Project and set of initiatives possible. People like the Open Society Foundation, Massey Stores, Rocky Mountain Institute, the Caribbean Community Climate Change Center, the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, the Ashasni, Jade Mountain, Mines Consulting, Soloricon, everyone, who came together and made this possible. I will be calling on you for increased support, because we really would like to see this Caribbean Climate Justice Project grow and evolve and have a much wider reach. I want to thank the Caribbean Regional Youth Council for its partnership with us on this. They unhesitatingly agreed to partner with us on this project. And you have been, Crick, you have been excellent partners. You've supported us so much. You've really made this come alive, and your reach to the youth community has been awesome. I want to highlight Anya Edwin, the Vice President of the Caribbean Regional Youth Council with responsibility for resource mobilization, because this youth parliament was Anya's idea. Anya was the one who came up, when we were thinking, okay, what do we do? How do we, what can we do to excite young people apart from the competitions which we'd come up with? Anya said, let's have a youth parliament. And Anya, thank you for the idea of the youth parliament, because I think that today the youth parliament has been a roaring success. I want to thank our guest speakers. Selwyn Hart, my friend, we negotiated together when I was a minister, and he worked as part of Ban Ki-moon's team at the UN, and he very willingly agreed to come on board and to speak to us. Fabian Cousteau, I want to thank Fabian so profusely for everything that he did. Fabian has a very busy schedule, but immediately I spoke to Fabian and we Zoom chatted, and Fabian said, yes, Jimmy, I'm on board with you. In fact, quite coincidentally, I'll be traveling to Curacao. I will do this live from Curacao. My friend Taj Weeks, Taj right now is on tour in Ghana, and Taj agreed to do this together with Sydney Mills from Steel Pulse and Rupert McKenzie of Talking Dread, to do a reenactment of a very, very profound song that he did from his album The Idem called Dark Clouds, and I think was so appropriate for this. Colin Young, Dr. Colin Young, the executive director of the Caribbean Community, but Colin again came on board, and the 5 Cs have been tremendous supporters of this project, and we see this as a partnership moving forward. Ruana Haynes, what can I say about Ruana? Whenever I've asked Ruana for assistance, Ruana has jumped and said, yes, I'm there with you. And Ru, thank you so very much for supporting this. Kendall Hippolyte, I won't date Kendall, but yeah, I should date Kendall by telling you Kendall was my literature teacher in secondary school, and we've been friends from that point. And Kendall has become one of the most powerful community and environmental activists in St. Lucia in the Caribbean. And I again want to thank Kendall. And Anya, for your very inspiring words. Anya, I think, has now unofficially taken on the position of youth program coordinator for the Caribbean Climate Justice Project. But and last but not least, our broadcast partners, UETV, who came on board, Janet Carew, who immediately she got wind of this, reached out to me and said, yes, we're on board. And the Jamaican News Network, part of the RGR Gleaner Group, for coming on board also, JNN, and showing this today. It's with your help, the assistance of people, of broadcast partners, of media partners like yourself, we can expand our reach and get so many more people, particularly people who are not comfortable with the technology, who are not comfortable being on Zoom or using a Hoover app to see this. And UETV has promised that they will edit this and put it on their television channel at some point in the future. So I want to thank them for this. But really, the praise, the commendation, everything has to go to you, the 15 parliamentarians. It was difficult coming up with 15 parliamentarians out of 167 applications. But I can tell you, we made the right choice in choosing the 15 of you. You will absolutely
please disregard all of the chat sheets.
Okay, we're getting some chat in the background. I'm not sure who it's coming from, but can you mute, please? Thanks. The 15 parliamentarians, you did an awesome job. When I read through your essays, I kind of got a feel for how you would for how you would present from Unique Plumber, who started off her essays by saying Wagwan. And, you know, she just captivated me from the beginning, and Unique did not disappoint. And every single one of you, Pierre, Boykin, Riaz, Khadija, the two Gabbies, Gabrielle and Gabby, Danielle, Kaisha, you know, so it's one of the things about naming people. You run the risk of forgetting some names: Christiane, Rion, Trina, every single Woody. Woody, I know you had some technical issues, some bandwidth issues, but we got the gist of what you were saying, and your message came across loud and clear. And thank you so very much. So, you know, Boykin, I hope I mentioned you, right? If I didn't, my apologies, Boykin, Boykin and Pierre. Yeah, so thank you for making this first parliament the resounding success that it was. You've really set a very high standard for the parliaments to come. I think we can agree that this will be an annual event. You've done such a good job of it that this has to be an annual event. And last, very last, is my hardworking team of McAllister Hunt and Leandra Pinnell. I mean, you guys have gone above and beyond the call of duty, you know, up to staying up very late last night. I don't even think that McAllister got much sleep in putting some of the finishing touches together. You've made this possible, and I want to thank you so very much for the support that you've given. So, you know, it's been an excellent exercise. The resolution will be submitted to all of the people that you said you've instructed us to submit it to the OECS Commission, to the CARICOM Secretariat, to the 5Cs, to CDEMA, to the Caribbean Development Bank. I will get it to my friend Selwyn Hart at the UN, and we will get it to COP26. Everybody and our national governments, everybody who needs to see this resolution will see this resolution, because this resolution is the most ambitious, the most, the strongest statement that has come out of the Caribbean on climate change since COP21. And you really have to be proud of yourself for that. What you've asked the international community to do is, I have not seen anything that is so, including very, very ambitiously calling for a global carbon tax and the proceeds of that going towards loss and damage. You know, the discussions on loss and damage have been very, very subdued, very conservative. I love that. I love that you've gone that far. And I know that this is something that Boykin was very strong on, and I'm happy that this found its way into the resolution. So, you know, excellent job. And I forgot to mention Minds Consulting for the great technical support that they provided. So excellent job, ladies and gentlemen. I will be contacting you, because we really want to turn you into our perennial climate warriors. But this has really been a pleasure for me to put together and to see it unfold the way in which it unfolded. And Leandra, before I turn back to you, I just want to make sure that I did mention everyone, so I'm going to go through my list. I want to thank sincerely our Speaker of the Parliament, the Honorable Rion Porter. I would like to thank the Leader of Parliamentary Business, the Honorable Daniel Edwards. I'd like to thank Honorable Boykin Smith, who spoke to us on the impact of climate change on agriculture and tourism. Honorable Christiane Zakuro, who spoke to us on the impact of climate change on sustainable development. Honorable Shamar Wedderburn, who spoke on the impact of climate change on livelihoods. Honorable Shade Gustave, who spoke on the impact of climate change on youth. Honorable Gabrielle Gay, who spoke on the role of education in the fight against climate change. Honorable Pierre Cook Jr., who spoke on the impact of climate change on health. Honorable Khadija Stewart, who spoke on the impact of climate change on water security. Honorable Woody Just, who spoke on the impact of climate change on biodiversity. Honorable Unique Plummer, who spoke on the importance of empowering communities in the fight against climate change. Honorable Trina Palacio, who spoke on the impact of climate change on vulnerable populations. Honorable Kaisha Joseph, who spoke on the impact of climate change on human rights. Honorable Gabrielle Saint-Hilaire, or Gabby, as we call her to differentiate her from our other Gabrielle, who spoke on the impact of climate change on international trade and investment. And Honorable Riaz Rupnarayan, who spoke on the role of foreign policy in the response to climate change. I can sleep well now because I know I mentioned everyone. Thanks, Leandra.
Thank you, Dr. Fletcher. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings an end to our proceedings today. I want to thank everyone who worked so hard to make this memorable and historic event possible. I too have been inspired by all of you. We have been promised that this will be an annual event, so the only thing left for me to say is see you next year. Stay safe and goodbye.